Hi guys, and welcome to the next interview stream. This was a bit of a long one. It didn't start out that way. But, me and Chat and Katie were all just vibing, having a good time, and 2 hours turned into about 2.5. So, yeah, I was up until like 2:30 in the morning. I was very tired. So I really hope you enjoyed this. I enjoyed it as well. Katie was an awesome guest, so thank you for coming on. Really hoping to catch up with you and get the games in soon. Got a lot of people on the line this year for people I'm going to interview. It's going to be sick. But without further ado, here's the video. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Really got to think of a better way to introduce things. Hope the music isn't too loud. If it could be a bit louder, do let me know. Kind of testing something out at the moment. How are we all doing? I hope you're all doing well. It is a nice weekend. It's a long weekend for me over here in Australia because I got Monday off of work. Oh, thank you for the follow and host. Yay. And yeah, so Sunday's today for me, Sunday night, 10:15 at night. But smashing out a Monday off work and then a Tuesday public holiday, so yeah, it's not bad. Yeah. Silver, hello. Decided to chat to you a little bit later. Hopefully get something organised. Thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Yeah, so what we're going to be doing tonight is interviewing the amazing Obkatiekat, as she is known. She is an amazing content creator, just smashing it out of park left and right. It's bloody awesome. So, I am so keen to get in and interview her tonight. Yeah, she is fucking amazing. You're absolutely right. Ooh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yes. I can never... Some people can do the heart thing really, really good, and I always feel like I'm munting it. But you get the idea. Oh, right. Right? Like, right? I point this way because that's where my chat is. But no, she's absolutely amazing, and I'm stoked. I'm so stoked. I wish I could have got her on the raid, but hey, there's always next time. I've got another round of... I've originally started doing this interview series focusing on Destiny community artists, and then I did a round of female and black content creator interviews, some of which I've lost, unfortunately. But I'm starting to build up that repertoire again, and going to be smashing out a bunch of other female content creators and black content creators, like might get King Allen, possibly, maybe even Silver herself in chat. We'll see. And just do another raid night, and keep these things going. We had a really good time last time with all the lovely ladies we had on the show. Raised some decent amount of money for a really good cause. So I really hope we can keep doing this kind of thing because it's fun and I get to play with people who are much better at stuff than I am. So it's really fun. Very nice and supportive. Also, hello, you're doing well today. Oh, thank you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are. How's the music, guys, by the way? Too loud? Too soft? Could it go up a little bit? Down a little bit? Just right? I don't know. Sound is my worst enemy. I always get sound wrong. Sound is just... But, yeah, for those who are unaware, I was able to get permission by Divide Music to play his music on my streams, which is dope, because if you haven't checked him out, holy shit, you need to. Like, he centers a lot around, like, anime music and stuff like that. But this is like what you're listening to at the moment is just amazing. Like it's all like, you know, millions and millions and millions and millions of views on YouTube, and rightfully so. Like my favorite of his would have to be his Sword Art Online song Reality. It slaps, absolutely amazing. Who we got here? Sweenaldo? Yes, that one. Bulbabish. That is an awesome name. Really difficult to say fast and while drunk, but awesome name. Tangy M&T, Benji. Love you guys. Thanks for stopping by. Katie's going to be here in a second. She's getting herself ready. Just jumping in a bit early, setting things up, trying out a new format, because we like to experiment a little bit here and just kind of see what works. So, you know, having a bit of a chill session, starting things off. Oh, well, my gamer tag is my name on everything. Twitter, Discord, Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, name it and it's that. Name it and it's that. Woo! Alrighty.
Yep, I'm here. I didn't want to.
No. That's alright. Well, welcome. Say hi to everybody.
Well, hi, you lot. Yeah. No, yeah. Kat. You guys probably know me anyway. But for those who don't know, I'm a streamer. I usually play a lot of Destiny. Mainly PvE aspect. But at the moment, kind of eased off it. But yeah, I don't know what this. Yeah, I'm just kind of vibing right now. My brain's not on properly yet, so.
Oh, that's what we like. That's what we like, though. So, format of tonight's going to be pretty chill, pretty simple. We're just going to run and just play a little bit of Destiny. You know, might play some strikes, get some PvP going, do whatever. And we're just going to vibe. We're just going to talk. I'm going to ask some questions. I'm going to get some questions in from chat, Twitter, wherever else it's been asked. And yeah, just going to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Alright, well.
Sauce.
What would people like to start off with tonight? We go for some strikes, some Crucible, some Gambit even. If we're feeling a bit dirty tonight, might play some Gambit, who knows?
Oh, Gambit's pog.
I
don't know why, but recently I've been playing a bit of Gambit.
Oh yeah.
Just on just on my downtime. I don't know why. I've just kind of jumped in Gambit, and it's been pretty pog. I've enjoyed it quite a bit.
Oh, we can jump and start off with that tonight then. I used to love playing Gambit when it first released. I was like, yes, give me all the triumphs. I'm gonna get everything done. And then Season of the Drifter came around, and I just was like, I'm done now.
Yeah.
I've had my fill.
Like I remember when we were doing the title grind at just before Beyond Light, and we decided to do what's it called? Do Reckoner, but we did it all in one stream. We did it in like 32 hours. It was nuts. I loved it. It was great.
You're an absolute tank. Like, I can't imagine to do that title of all of them in one 32-hour stream is nuts. You're insane. You're insane.
Honestly, doing it the way that most people did it, like where it was all drawn out and stuff, I can't do that. Which is why this season's titles have just been, because they've been time gated beyond belief. So now that the fact that I'm able to just back then it was just a case of right, okay, let me just have a look-see at titles. So yeah, we did. Which ones did we do? We did Harbinger, Enlightened, Ribbon's Bane. What else did we get that week? Blacksmith, Reckoner, obviously, Shadow. Yeah, we got all them in like the space of a week.
Have I mentioned yet that you're an absolute fucking tank? Because that's just that's
great.
nuts.
I just love it. If I'm able to just like grind an entire thing out in one go, like I'm more than happy to do it. It's when it starts getting spaced out that I kind of lose interest in things. So like when it's been a case of like, oh, I can do the entire seal in one go. Let's go. Like, oh, it's great. It's like when the new seasons come out and like, you know, I'm 50-50 on how what's it called? I'm very what's the word? So like, you know when the new seasons come out and like well in it like up until this point we've all just been able to find a way to do the full season pass in one go basically.
Yeah.
Like that's what I enjoy doing.
Yeah.
But if we're not able to do that, then I'm like, oh, like I like being able to dedicate an entire day within either day 1 or day 2. So like day 1 is usually like experience the story, get a feel for things, explore a little bit. And then day 2 is usually do the entire season pass, like from wherever I'm up to after the story till what's it called, till the end of the season pass, and just like literally in one day just like go from there to 100 and then just turn all my XP boosters off and start focusing on like glimmer materials for the rest of the season, because at that point like it's literally just okay, season pass is done, next thing, let's go. Like I like being able to just go like set myself a goal and just go for it, and that's, I don't know, I like that. And when like everyone's like saying like, oh, put a restriction on bounties and this, that, and the other, okay, I don't know, I like that we're able to, if you want to dedicate an entire day to it and just go for it, like I like that option being there. When they're saying like, oh, we're gonna take that away, like I can understand it because they want to space it out, but at the same time, like it shouldn't be. The option being taken away just kind of feels really tedious to me, I guess.
Yeah. And the bounties being what they are, give people the chance to catch up at any point in the season just by doing that and that alone. Like it's not like it would be hard, say they're sitting on tier, 69. And they've got like a day left. They need to grind out to tier 100. It's doable.
Yeah, I guess I just like being able to go, right, well, I've got this to do, and then so I'll just do that. Oh, yeah, I'll get this.
Where is this? Oh, there we go.
Oh, Xenode. Nice. Yeah, he's just over by Heavy on the left-hand side. Sat there behind the rock.
Now there he is.
Hoggers.
What have we got here? Evelyn, I enjoy doing content that's meaningful in the long run, which no longer exists, but so now it's just a game to just stick around with. I'll be the lack of actual content in D2. Yeah, look, I get that to a certain extent. I mean, it's one of those things that if you've been playing for a long time, like if you've been playing since year 1 D2, even just then, you've been around long enough that you've gone through a lot of this content, you know it, back to front, and a lot of the options you had once before are now gone. Yeah, I can understand the burn. I can understand that. Just you want to get through the content as quick as possible, move on to the next kind of thing, and nothing seems to be catching people's attention like it once was. Whereas for me, I'm not as hardcore as a lot of other players, as much as I would like to be. I just don't tend to have that, time anymore. Yeah. So, I get it though. I get it. Publish this music fucking slaps. Yeah, Divide Music on YouTube and Spotify and, Apple Music. Pretty much anywhere you can find music, you'll find him. His songs are absolutely insane, mostly anime-centric songs. So, yeah, just check him out.
Have you tried that OBS update where you can split your audio yet?
No.
Right. Okay. So basically, what you can do, it's been out for a while. It's kind of been like the saving grace and took my worries off a lot of the MCA-based stuff. Even though like I already like ask labels and artists if I can use their stuff anyway, or they approach me and say, you can use this, or can you play this more specifically? A lot of the time, if I approach one, and say, "Oh, yo, what's your thoughts on, streamers using your stuff? Are you comfortable with it? What's your, what's your dealio with that kind of stuff?" Basically, it's a case of you can split your audio between your stream and your VOD. So, like, for me, I will be when I'm doing live stuff. I will have my music playing, but then on the VOD, there's no music.
Oh, that's
like
awesome.
at all. It's literally just mute. So I'm like, well, it kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off in terms of what I can and can't listen to.
Yeah. Is it only in just OBS when using
Yeah, OBS Studio.
Bugger, I need to switch to that. I've been using Streamlabs OBS at the moment.
Oh no, yes. Like the actual studio is just way more flexible and a lot less
Really?
CPU taxing. Yeah,
Awesome.
I swapped over when Get Wrecked did my rebrand overhaul.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
Streamlabs couldn't take it.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it was a little too
Yeah.
much for it.
Yeah, I have noticed that. Like, I don't have the most high-end PC in the world, and I do notice that when I'm trying to stream certain things. Like, Rust surprisingly fucks my PC up if I try to stream that, especially when I'm doing like music and stuff like that. So it just doesn't perform well. So yeah, I mean, hey, if that creates such a big difference, I'm definitely down to switch over to that easy. Evelyn, like, how does it feel in player playing PS4 or something?
Ow.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Like, honestly, I started on PS4, as a lot of us really did back in the day. And I've played it on PS4, PS4 Pro, PS5, which I was very lucky to get. On PS5, it is amazing. But I would say PC is definitely the way to go if you've got the PC to run it properly. Then hell yeah, absolutely. The frame rate, the higher graphical quality, it's all absolutely worth it. If you don't have that though, if you aren't wanting to invest in the high-end kind of PC, or you want to kind of stick to the PlayStation or console, getting a PS5, pretty good. 4K at 60 frames per second, it's not a bad thing to have. You will notice the difference massively.
Yeah, like I've got a like in regards to the CPU thing, like even I use a dual PC setup, and you can tell the difference even from that. Like even when just the one PC is strictly running OBS and that's it, like you notice that as well. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
I really need to invest in getting something like that. Like, I'm slowly bit by bit, kind of, because I've had to balance a lot of my monetary monetary funds at the moment, purely because having 2 kids and a partner and whatnot is yeah. And I live in a city that's insanely high.
I've got to move later this year.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier.
So that's fun. It's, yeah. We pulled that one back. That was great. How many rally flags have I got? Let's go. August.
Yeah, so yeah, eventually starting to move my way. The next thing I need to do is I don't have a proper logo on the channel. I need to get that, and then upgrading my mic to something a little bit better.
What you got in mind? Anything catching your eye or?
I've had a couple people recommend the Wave 3 to me lately as a kind of middle ground between not too expensive, not entirely cheap, but will still do a relatively good job for the money you pay for it. So, weighing up that at the moment. But no, I'm always open for suggestions for things.
Yeah, the new, what's it called? The new Shaw that they brought out, like the mini one.
No,
I don't remember the name of it. Basically, so I've got a Shaw SM7B.
Right.
But they brought out like a mini version with USB capability.
Right.
And also, I don't know what it is that you use, but they can use, it can use HDMI, no, not HDMI, fucking XLR as well.
All right.
So it kind of gives, like, if you're wanting to step up from the USB, it's pretty good there as well. But it sounds really fucking good. It's really nice. I'll see if I can find it for you and I'll send you a link.
Yeah, definitely.
Later on.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, because I only recently came across Bife's little setup video, I guess, like as he was just talking about his new his computer, like sometime beginning of last year or something like that. He got a new PC set up and I'm pretty sure it was an XLR microphone of some kind. Was it a Sennheiser? I think it was a Sennheiser. But yeah, I was like, wow, that is a setup and a half to have. But yeah, it's one of those things that will definitely come with time, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, but questions. We're just gonna chat here all night. Otherwise, just between the two of us. While chat gets their questions ready, tell us a little bit about how you started off as a streamer. What sparked the initial interest, and what kind of prompted you to choose this kind of career path, I should say.
Let's think. Basically, I was sat there, like I'd always been interested in, like, the YouTube side of things, but like I never really had the means nor like the attention span to be able to just straight up go from there. I didn't know anything. I didn't trust my own ability, let's both say.
Yeah.
To put out something or learn it or anything like that. So I was like, right, okay, maybe it's just not for me, or maybe you just gotta be, built for it, or learn video editing, or this, that, and the other.
It makes your title streams sound just like completely out of the box in comparison. It's like, oh, you can learn how to do all this and smash it.
No fucking clue. But what's it called? I was watching Glad's World's First race for Last Wish. And watching the way that his chat was, and that feeling that gave me, I was like, oh, yo, I want to be able to give people this and, give it to everyone, not just, what's it called? Not just like, because I don't know how to explain it. It was like it was extremely welcoming, and it felt like, you know, somewhere I belonged. But at the same time, I could see where some wouldn't, and I was like, you know what, I wanna aim for, you know, giving everyone a place to like kind of call home and this, that, and the other. So I kind of was just like, right, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna boot my PlayStation up and just kind of go from there. And set it all up on my PlayStation and just went live essentially. You know, the hardest fucking bit of this. But then was like over time, it just kind of got better and better. I kind of realized that it was making a difference. And yeah, but it's very much been a try and like just try different things out. Like it's a case of figuring it out as it goes, because obviously it's so different. Oh. it's so different for everyone. Like I could do everything that someone else does and have a completely different outcome. Like
100%.
Seeing it that way is just kind of like, oh, okay. So it's basically a journey of figuring out, you know, what works for me, what works for everyone else, and that's kind of been the big one. Oh bugger! I'm about to get hit by a Goldie. Yep, there we go. But it's been great. Like definitely building my community has been the biggest fun bit. I love like just going anywhere or hanging out in my own places or whatnot, and then there'll always be a goon sat there. And they're just great. They're so loving. They're so supportive of not just me but of each other. And they're always just a little fucking spark of joy, like 100%. They're always just an absolute delight to hang about with, and more so over the past few months than anything, they've also like they felt more like a family than a community, like 100%. And it's just crazy to see where it's all come from. Like when we did the partner application and all that kind of stuff. We did that on stream together. We've had like loads of heart-to-hearts and opening ups and all that kind of shenanigans, and just really just hung out together and done everything. Like there's been like so many decisions that I've done. Like most of it, like, you know, I'll do myself, and if they say something I don't want to do, I'm just like, shut the fuck up, chat. Like
yeah, exactly.
Like, but no, like a lot of the time, if I'm gonna do anything that's gonna actually impact the channel or the way I produce things for them or anything like that, like they're always the first ones I'm asking and seeing what it is that they want more than anything, because at the end of the day, like it's their channel as much as it's mine. And doing that and then seeing the way they interact with each other and all that kind of stuff, it's just seeing them in that family sense is just, oh, it's so heartwarming, and it really does, like I'm not a very sociable person like offline. Like I'm still me online, but like there's something about doing it behind the camera and all that kind of gives me my comfort zone, because socializing isn't my thing.
I've noticed that with most streamers, is
nice.
like most content creators just in general is like, nah, they're not very social people, which kind of just works completely against what they actually do.
But it's nice that I just get to be myself in front of them all, and you know, they accept me for me. They don't really give a shit. They actually quite enjoy that I'm a bit loopy. Like, But no, they're an absolute delight. I love them to bits. And where we've got to over the course of like how long now? Hold on, so wait, April's the 4th month, right? Yeah. So 8, and then so 8, like 20 months now of streaming.
Nice, yeah.
So
Smash
yeah,
it. I mean, there's a lot of
wild
people.
Ride.
A lot of people that grind for years and years and years and years and years and years before they reach anywhere near what you have. And like, you know, everyone's different, everyone's journey is different, but I mean, still, like, that's fucking massive accomplishment.
Yeah, like literally, it's one of those where you've got to figure out what steps you've got to take more than anything. And a lot of people don't realize that, like, my step, like, some people are still on step, like, 6 or 7 or 8 or something like that. You know, I don't know what that step may be for them.
Yeah.
But that's, like, people don't realize that their step 8 may be the same as my step, like, 50 or something like that. Like, people don't realize how much goes on in the background and how much refining, and everyone goes at a different pace and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people just go, oh, it's you know, it's just luck. Or I mean, like, there's a tiny bit of a luck element, but you've got to play those opportunities more into your hands rather than just letting luck do its course. Because if it's all just down to luck, then it's not going to happen. Like, you know, and the reality is it isn't for everyone. There is a lot that goes on and all that kind of shenanigans that a lot of people don't realize. And one thing that really bugs me is when, like, especially with like female streamers and all that kind of stuff, and like, you know, like trans and all that kind of stuff, there's another layer of difficulty to it, because no matter how much work you put in or how you know how much success you get out of it or whatnot, the people always come in and be like, oh, it's because you've got tits, and you're like, oh, no, stop.
We had a massive discussion about that with the ladies night raid stream. It ended up being
sorry about missing that.
No, like, you sleep, you like work way too hard as it is, you rest. It was all good. But like,
I remember when sorry to cut off. I remember when I started streaming. I was working 2 full-times and a part-time. So I'd work basically what I'd do is I'd have one of the full-times was like a full weekend type thing. It wasn't like a 9 to 5. The other one was, but it was, you know, it was every weekend. Whereas the other one, the part-time was like maybe every like couple of days of a weeknight. But it was basically a case of I'd do my actual 9 to 5, and then I'd get up at like 7ish. No, I'd get up at like 6ish, leave for 7, get to my work for 8, do my job, and then, which was a garage, by the way. And then from there would go and get home for like maybe like 6:30. And then and then like eat, get a shower, that kind of stuff, and then go live at 8, and then I'd be on till maybe like 4 in the morning or so. And that would be pretty much every day or every chance that I get.
Oh, that's insane.
And that's what I mean. Like a lot of people don't realize how much time goes into it. Like, luckily now, I've got the means to. I still like, I still have that kind of day length. I just don't have the full time. Well, I mean, I do this full time, but I don't have the extra full time job on top of it.
Yeah.
And the same with the part times. Like, it's literally just get up and do this. Like, and I love that I've reached the point where I can do that and just not so much for me, but it's great just being able to hang out with my community the way that I do. And it doesn't so much make it easier, it just allocates the time differently to doing that full time, just hanging out with the goons and, having a blast. Whether I'm streaming or I'm on Twitter or whatever, and I like that. It's pretty great.
Awesome. Don't want to miss out on chat here, so we got here Swinado with, I agree with the restriction on boundaries, absolutely the worst chocolate bar. Fair. Lots of talk about weaponry, which is awesome. Evelyn coming with a question saying, as a content creator for both of us, what are some of your greatest successes and failures in your own opinion, and how are you continuing to grow as a content creator?
Right, okay. Well, in terms of my greatest failure, I'd say probably, I don't know, one of the, like, as I said, it's like a trial and error thing. There's a lot of stuff. I'm very much a workaholic. So me, ow, there's a bunch of notes over there.
So you
me,
cat then?
Pardon?
So you cat then? So you said like me, ow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I'm a dad. I got dad
that
jokes
was
down.
fantastic.
I literally had a friend drop off a book of dad jokes today as a late Christmas present because I make them so much. Anyway, continue.
Throwing this one, nice. What's it called?
Bullshit. Oh, ouch.
It's very much been a case of I've kind of trying to allocate time and balance and all that kind of stuff has always been a weak spot for me. No matter what I've done, not just content creation. It's been something I've very much struggled with in terms of time management, and because I'm not very much a people person, I never really had, family and stuff like that. I never, like, my friends all lived like really close, but like the way I do friendships, I don't know if you've seen the Twitter post I put up the other day.
Yeah.
But the way I do friendships is just kind of we talk as and when we talked. It's not like a everyday thing, but it was, when I was in school, it was just a case of I'd speak to the other people that were, my nerd buddies. There was only like 5 of us, so it was just kind of a case of we'd just talk because we'd see each other face to face every day, just from circumstance. Jeez, that was a throw.
Yep.
But it's been a case of, how do I word this? I'm not a talk every day, not even talk every week kind of friend.
Yeah.
Like I will respond to stuff as and when I get to it. I try and be pretty good with it. Like I respond to pretty much every DM I get, and a comment or at least like pretty much everything that gets thrown my way. But actually, like, going out my way to make time or feel or genuinely spend time with those, like, close to me, whether that be my mods, whether that be like some of like the long time folk and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Really putting an effort in that aspect, because I've just, you know, I'm, as I said before, I'm like very much a workaholic. Like if I'm gonna do something, I'm very laser focused and nothing else will, you know, come on my mind. I'm like, right, okay, I've got to do this. Just literally, it's the same with like the title grind. Is literally do that, and then as soon as I've done it, and then it's just like, right, okay, next thing, bum 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 bum, the next thing, bum 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 bum, like.
Yeah.
So, me having time for anything outside of what is inside that laser focus at that given second,
Yeah,
is extremely difficult, and a lot of my side of friendships have been not the best because of that, in terms of like, you know, I should have put more time in, or, you know, giving people a little more focus, or this, that, and the other. It's definitely something that I haven't done. Currently trying to work on it. But again, like I as I say, I've only been doing it like, you know, 20 months. It's not been like a, you know, a gradual learning curve for a lot of things. It's been a lot of case of like, you know, literally going from like 0 viewers for like maybe like 4 or 5 months to suddenly like, you know, being on like 10 like in 1 week, and then like
yeah,
the next thing like you'll jump up to 20, then 30, then 40, and then next thing you know, it's like yeesh. Like it's nice, but at the same time it's a little overwhelming because I haven't had that time to adjust to balance and everything out, and I've never really had the time to balance it all out, which is, you know, it's something that this year I'm very much going to be focusing on. But I'd say that is probably my biggest one. I mean, it's a circumstance kind of issue, because, you know, you can't really prepare for that.
yeah,
like
absolutely.
it's very different line and progression curve and all that kind of stuff for everyone, and especially when it hits you in that kind of time frame. Like it's pretty much all at once. It's very much like learning how that happens, and yeah, no, and especially like apart from, well, I mean, there is an aspect to it of what I've had to do, but pretty much everything to do with streaming I've learnt myself. So my like all of my graphics up until the Get Wrecked stuff, like I taught myself how to graphic design, made all them.
Did you make your logo? Like, or not your logo, the channel mascot?
No, I actually got, oh, well, funny story. So after I got my name done and all that kind of stuff, like, you know, figured out my name and all that, like right at the beginning, I always had this vision of something like that. But I never really, you know, put anything into it because I was like, but whatever, you know, it doesn't impact it doesn't impact the goons or anything like that. So I'm just like, does it really matter? Not too much. I'm not gonna really pay too much attention to it. And then, oh, hold on, there's a dude here. Oh, bugger. Then we got the emotes made by JoJo.
Ah, yes, JoJo. Awesome artist.
Yeah, she's great. Well, basically, she designed the emote character, and then basically it always interested me, like the whole like persona thing. Like I wouldn't like dress up or anything like that. I don't think I'd probably do my character's design now. But the whole actual side of it, I've never really understood. So, you know, I didn't really look into it because I was like, But then, like, I kind of, when I expressed one time that, like, you know, this looks interesting more than anything to me,
Yeah.
I was like, yo, would you guys like to see this? And I was surprised, you know, people were like, yes.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, okay. You know what? I'll give it a shot, kind of thing. And so basically, I found someone that I'd been looking at for, you know, months because their art was really cool. I really liked it. And was like, yo, would you be interested in doing this for us? I'd like it close, like, use the emote character as a reference, but, you know, go to town with it. Take your own spin on it. And so they did that. And, oh, it was great. I really, really liked it. And
Nice.
chat's taken a liking to it. And what's been good about it is it's been able to give, like, an extra layer of expression more than anything. And it's also with the likes of, we've just started playing Minecraft for the first time. Basically I've had, like, you know, members of the community turning around, and, you know, like, I've been like, oh, it'd be pretty cool to play as, you know, the cat character for it. So they just kind of made it and sent me it, and I was like, this is cool. It gives, like, an extra layer of, if anything, it gives a little more, you know, as I said, expression, and it's something that's really cute that my community can have fun with, in terms of, like, you know, if they want to do, you know, like, anything design-wise around the channel or the community or anything like that. So it's been really cool on that aspect. I've really digged that shit. Oh, there we go.
Lots of
I can't remember what the question was before that.
It was greatest greatest success and failure as a content creator, I think.
Oh, successes, I'd say, is probably the... I don't know what it'd be. Bringing positivity as a community is probably something I really, really, really enjoy. And quite value, not just for myself, but for those lot, because they've been so, you know, like, especially with the whole Twitter body positivity thing we did. That was bloody something else. But I don't know, just the whole family vibe they've got going on more than anything. Like, I've had a lot of people coming to me saying, you know, oh, I've helped them with this, I've helped them with that. And because I'm very much a case of, I don't give a shit what people think of me. I'm very much a case of, I will, you know, people have always come to me saying, oh, you've given me the confidence to do this, that, and the other. And I'd say that's probably the more cool aspect, more than anything, like seeing the way, like, the community grow, not just in size, but in, you know, closeness to each other. And tighten that bond. That's been, like, one of the coolest things ever. And then especially when we do, like, stuff like drive-bys, which we haven't done for a while now that I think about it. But
I love that as a term. Oh, far out. That's awesome.
Have you seen the drive-bys?
I have not seen them, no.
Right, okay, so basically it'll be a case of, I'll be in the middle of stream, or whenever through it, and I'll just literally go through a directory and see someone that I've either watched myself, someone I recognize from Twitter, or something like that, that I've, you know, I've interacted with, thought they're pretty cool. And then I will post their link in my chat a couple of times and be like, yo, go over there, drop them a follow, put a smile on the face, and just let them go ham.
That's so cool. I love that. That's like, that's exactly the kind of thing I'd be doing. Like, if I had a bigger audience base myself, like, that's literally only reason why I want to be able to have a bigger audience myself. Is more just the whole community thing is like that's the goal to have. Is if I've crafted a good community around myself, if I've got good people around, that's it. Like that's the peak. I've reached that. Let's go start bloody making other people's days great. Let's start doing that kind of thing. That's a massive focus for myself. Is just being positive where I can, and if I can't be positive for myself, if I'm feeling like I'm down one particular or something like that, maybe I can do something that will bring some kind of positivity to someone else's life. Like maybe I'll do something to make someone smile or someone laugh. Or maybe I'll act like an idiot on stream and they'll laugh at that and go, oh hey, my day got a little bit better. That's it's always what I've tried to live my life by, and I know that I'll have lived a good life if I've made others' lives better just for me being around, and that's the sign of a life well lived, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I remember when we started doing the spread love like cheeks thing, and that kind of became like
fantastic, by the way, absolutely brilliant.
But like that was that's been a huge thing, and that kind of got started with the drive-bys. That's where that phrase came from.
Right.
Because we've always been like big we want to spread love and all that, but like they were saying that they wanted to do it that way, and it was just so it was just so funny that the way they did it, because it was like during the peak of the whole simp thing.
Yes.
So there was all them like kind of submerging into each other, and just becoming this creature beneath the waves that was the whole fucking the entire goon community, just absolutely going nuts with simp, and then you had like the body positivity and everything else just kind of stacking on top of each other, and it just became spread love like cheeks.
Do you know who came up with the term first? Like, do you remember who was the first person to come up with the term, or just?
It was just kind of the thing about the goons is they're very much a hive mind. More so than a lot. Like I know chat tends to be on a lot of streams, but more so I've noticed there are some communities that are more like that than others. And my lot are very much like that. Like the whole reason they're called goons was because they were being stupid in chat. I turned around and went, "You guys are being fucking goons."
Yeah.
I know. I said, "You guys are fucking goons." And then they turned around and, like, literally, I think maybe 10, 20, 30 of them at the exact same time turned around and were like, "Yeah, but we're your goons." And then that's where that came from.
Oh, that's sweet. That's so sweet.
But, like, that's what they're like. And then, like, recently we've had the uprising of Wolfie. And Wolfie. If you don't know who Wolfie is, Wolfie Tegan. They've been around a lot of the place. I'd seen them a lot months before, but the past few months they started showing up significantly more, and they are very much a force to be reckoned with within chat. You know them chats that they argue back type of thing, or like we'll just be sat there and they'll just be like I'll be sat there and I'm like, "Oh, chat, I'm getting tired," and they're like, "Oh, 100-hour stream when we riot," and then they kind of just like form a coup within chat basically against me. Like usually my chat's like very, "Oh yeah, let's go, let's do what the cat says," whereas when Tegan shows up, that kind of goes out the fucking window. And they just kind of descend into chaos, into an absolute rebellion. And oh,
Nice.
that recently, I don't know what about it's been great, but chat having, you know, some kind of comeback to everything recently has just been, oh, it's made me howl. It's so funny. Like I love both aspects. Like you've got
Yeah.
the simp half of the goons, and then you've got the rebellion side of the goons.
When they start going off into different like subspecies of goons.
Yeah, it's really
You need
funny.
to do a goon
I love
genealogy tree. It's like here's the original goons, and then they're just kind of divvied off into their own subspecies, and yeah.
it. Yeah. Oh, they're great. I love it. But no, yeah, that's what I'd say is probably my favorite in terms of all that kind of shenanigans. Oh.
Yeah, your chat is absolutely wild. Like I've been in there as often as I can because I mean streaming schedules for the both of us are a little on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
But you know, like they are just absolutely nuts. Like I came in once after I'm pretty sure it was after a stream of my own. I was gonna say hey and you know chill out and chat for a bit, and I find out you're asleep, and everyone is just chilling. They're having fun. They're all having naps. And I'm like, only in your stream would something like that happen. It's just oh, we're all just chilling, having naps, and just wait. And I'm like, cool. Say hi for me.
Oh, I absolutely love that I can do that as well now that you bring that up. Like, literally, I'll be like, oh, yo, sleep. Like, because, like, they're, like, obviously my mods are like, no, I completely get it. When they're like, oh, no, don't do a sleepover. You know, you need a good sleep. This, that, and the other. But at the same time, I don't need much sleep to function. But when we've done like a long stream and I'm like, oh, chat's being really cute, like more cute than usual. I want to, you know, give them more. There's more than anything. I want them to have their space that they can just kind of hang out. Yeah. Which is the general premise of the the channel and what I want to bring to the table anyway. But at the same time, like, you know, it tends to happen more so when I'm live than when I'm not, because you know they're all there. It's all interactions in real time, all that kind of shit. And so if they're being like that, I'm like, yo, okay. Do you guys want me to end? Do you want me to, you know, anything like that? Do you want me to set you up a little channel in the Discord for a little bit, or like, do you want to jump in one of them for a little bit, just while I nod off, or anything like that? And then a lot of the time, I won't even have to say it. They'll just, you know, because we've done them that many times now, especially after community events and all that kind of stuff on Destiny. They've basically come to gauge when a sleepover stream should happen. I don't even have to say it anymore. So they'll just be like, evolved. Yeah, so they'll be like, oh, sleepover stream, let's go. And I'm just like, right, okay, you guys have asked for it. Let's go. So it's this kind of thing, and especially with, you know, the rebellion side of the community now, especially with those, because they're a lot more forward about what they want. So if I'm just sat there chilling, they'll just out of nowhere, you'll just suddenly hear sleepover stream or riot. And you're like, ah, right, okay, here we go. You've got my hands tied now, guys. Let's go.
I can't imagine what a riot in Goon Chat would be. I can't imagine.
Like, it's chaos anyway, but then when the riots start, that's when it descends into something else.
Through with, like, lightning speed. Oh, actually, that reminds me. For those on chat, I'm going to switch to camera for a bit, but I got this as a pull from a Yu-Gi-Oh pack that I think you'll find very, very nice, Paddy.
Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon.
Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon.
One, is it?
Yeah, it's literally came out of the Legendary Duelist Volume 2 pack that released a couple of days ago. It's a re-release of Kaiba and actually what it is, Kaiba's White Dragon Abyss and My Valentine's Sister of the Rose decks. and they come with like two 18 card booster packs, one secret rare variant card in each, like separated from it, which was the Abyss Dragon, and one of these collectible little dice that's got a blue eyes white dragon on, which is pretty dope.
Oh, okay, that is fucking cool.
Look out for it because it's nuts. And in those packets, you can if you shake them around a little bit, you can kind of see in some of them what the actual like special variant card is because it's separated from the packs. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I just got reminded about it then, so I thought I'd let you know because I thought you'd enjoy that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I remember it was actually really funny because like I am a huge Yu-Gi-Oh nerd. Like I entered like regionals and all that kind of stuff.
Nice.
I've not done it in a while. Like when I moved to where I live now, I sold like 99% of my cards, apart from like Shadows and Dark Worlds and, you know, the remnants of my Spiral deck, bit of Constella, all that kind of stuff.
Nice.
And I also had my Senju Kaijus as well.
I had a weird Kaiju card the other day.
Pretty tasty.
Yeah.
But I remember, I remember entering, there was the last time I actually played competitively was, at Comic-Con, there was a Konami.
Oh, yeah.
Konami stand, and they had it was when, you know, the Darkest Diablo structure deck.
Yes.
There was that, and there was another one which came out at the same time. I think it was a light one.
Yeah.
Which, you know, played completely different, but like they did a tourney which was basically a case of try out the new structure deck. Only one copy of it. Oh no, it was, you could only use cards from the structure deck in it. So, they gave you one for free. If you wanted more, you know, you could buy another two. But that's how you could do it. And, you know, if you won, you got a deck map from it.
Nice.
And I was like, right, okay, I'm gonna enter. And very quickly after looking through the deck, because I was a heavy Dark World player back in the day.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I know how these work. So literally just built the deck rapid. And literally absolutely stomped everyone there.
Nice.
And that was like the last time I played competitively. Because they operate very similar to Dark Worlds, you see, as a fundamental deck in terms of the way you want to go about discarding and, you know, bringing everything back from grave and all that kind of stuff, and just complete absolute opponent manipulation in terms of graveyard structure and stuff. So I was like, okay, I can go off with this. And
nice.
Very much did. But that was great. And then very much recently, discovered that Spirals and... No, not Spirals. Spirals was the last deck I played with actually full-on regional based.
Right.
And then went to do nationals, and then Spirals got hit by the ban list, and I was like, oh, well, fuck this. But in terms of the new stuff, because I remember posted on Twitter and was just like, oh, yo, my Spirals and Dark Worlds are done. Or I've ordered the stuff for them because I didn't want to order packs and stuff. So I was like, I know exactly what it is that I need to get. And we actually did a little bit of build crafting on stream as well.
Oh, really?
For those. Yeah, because there was some that were absolute, like, you know, geniuses in terms of deck building and that. They were like, oh, try this, try that, blah, 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 blah. And so I did. And, that's so good. But yeah, so I ordered all those. I put the tweet up. And then people turned around and were like, yo, I didn't know you played Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was like, how? Like, oh no, it was just funny. For me personally, because I was just like, right, well, I know a lot about this shit, so feel free. And like, as much as I think my community know me, There's always times that like really surprise me when it's like, oh, okay, there are some things that I thought I'd covered, but apparently haven't. And I don't know. It as much as I am an open book, and you know, if they are going to ask anything, like I quite like that there's. It seems like there's things that I haven't talked about before, even though, like in the back of my head, because I've like talked to so many people about different things, I always think that I have. Like I never hide shit, but like at the end of the day, like I'm sat there and I'm like, I thought we talked about this, and then like, no, and I'm like, ah, okay, well, there you go. Like, but no, it's pretty great. But I love the whole Yu-Gi-Oh side of things, and it's pretty great when it comes up in conversation. Like I never really played Pokemon games competitively, so there's a lot of shit I don't know for that. I played them just for fun. I completed them. All like pretty much everything up until which one was it? Like Heart Gold Soul Silver.
Yeah.
That was the last one I played, and then I played I think it was Black and White. I was just like, it's not the same. And then from there was like, well, basically, it's best way of telling the story is I went to, well, my brother was going around to his friends, and he asked if he could borrow a couple of my Pokemon games because I had you know the little what's the name of them? Like it's like an N64 card type thing. Where you can put games on it, you can put cheats on it, and all that kind of stuff. So we had we had that specifically for playing the game with cheats and
Game Shark?
No, I'd say that's probably it. Yeah. Well, it's like basically you can put whatever game you want on it.
R4.
But then you can also upload like cheats to that game. R4, yeah, that's the one. But so we were like, wait, N64, that's a fucking Nintendo 64. What am I on about? But
I didn't know what you were saying, so I was like, yeah, sure, it'll be that.
Yeah. But yeah, R4 card. But me and my mates all had one of those just specifically to play the game with cheats because we wanted to play it legit on the actual game cartridges themselves.
Yeah.
So we had both, and I'd completed all of them legit up until I remember Action Replays as well, but they destroyed your game cartridges, which is where this story's kind of going. So my brother, I was like, yo, yep, sure. If you want, you can take the R4 card. You can play on that. I don't mind, but leave the rest because I had them all physicals, like all the way from yellow, all the way through to black and white. Every single one. Completed, Pokedex and all, because I'd used my Game Boy and stuff to transfer them through and then all that kind of stuff. So doing the legit path of everything all the way up to there was like spot on, pristine, everything was done. And then after that, I went to go to my mate's after he'd already gone to his, and I realized all of my stuff was gone. And I was like, what the fuck? So obviously I couldn't get hold of him because he was too young to have a phone at this point. So I was like, right, okay, I'll speak to him when he gets back.
No,
and when he got back,
I'm grabbing,
it's fine.
Grabbing something to show the chat out of like various different stuffs.
Yeah, it's fine. But when he got back, I asked him, where's all this? And he said, oh, I took him around to my mates. I'm going there again later. I'll bring him back. And I went, well, I said you could take the R4. And that's it. And he turned around and was like, oh, well, I completely forgot. And I was like, right, okay. Because I was going to take them to my mates, so I ended up taking my Yu-Gi-Oh cards instead.
Yeah.
But I was saying, I've got a Pokemon tourney later. Just at my mates. It wasn't anything serious. We're just gonna, you know, go battle, go trade, go all that kind of stuff. And then they turned around when they got back after that night and was like, you know, it was always, oh, I'll get them to you tomorrow. I'll get them to you tomorrow. This, that, and the other. And so what had happened is gone around to his mates, lost them, and then what he'd done, so he returned a version of Diamond. And here's the big one. So Diamond and Heart Gold were the two games which he brought back, and that was it. All of the rest of them were gone. The R4 was gone. Everything like that. He'd lost everything apart from those two. Brought them back. I don't fucking know. Still to this day, has never told me. And then, so that happened. And then when I went to turn on my Diamond, got an action replay corruption thing.
Oh, no.
And was like, are you for fucking real? Because I had Diamond completed, Pearl completed, and Platinum completed.
Bugger.
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't like it was a small deal. It was like a huge thing, like national decks and everything up until that point done. And when that happened, I was like, are you for fucking real? And he's like, oh yeah, we just wanted to, you know, get some trades and stuff like that. I was like, the R4 was there for that reason. And oh, I was fuming. But like he was all like literally until I moved out of my mum's, it was always, oh, I'll get you them back tomorrow. I'll get you them back tomorrow, and then tomorrow never came. So I like as much like I've managed to get my hands on a Fire Red. And is it Fire Red or is it just Red? No, I've got Fire Red, I've got Red, I've got Blue, and I've got Yellow. No, wait, it's not Blue, is it? Yeah, it's Blue.
Yeah, it's Blue. It's
and
blue.
Yellow.
It's green if it's in Japanese copy.
Oh no, it's like Red. And
nice.
Blue. Yeah, and then I've got Fire Red as well. And I've also got Yellow. But the thing is, because I completed them all like that back in the day and went through all the work of completing them that way, kind of now I'm just like, oh, as much as I want to play them, there's... it's not the same. I'm not gonna get the same joy out of it. It's just gonna be... It's essentially... Right, so here's the funny thing, why I'm so against the way that, like... as much as I love Destiny, there's a lot of decisions at the moment in terms of redoing this, redoing that, and all that kind of shenanigans, and especially with like sunsetting, like, oh, go and get the same weapons you've already got, just for the sake of it. All that kind of stuff. The reason that's kind of irking me the wrong way big time is because it's giving me the same vibe that happening gave me. In terms of, oh, you've already done this, but go and do it, because for some reason that's not in your control. It's, you've got to do it. I'm just like, nah. And that's just kind of, that's why on Twitter I've been very vocal about why specifically I don't want certain things to happen with Destiny, because it's given me that kind of feeling again. And it's like, it's very much like, it's the reason I don't really play Pokemon, and I think that's why I kind of fell off getting the new games, the new, you know, the Switches and all that, and the 3DS and all that shit, because I was just like, oh, I'm not doing all that again.
Yeah,
and especially with the way that like Bungie's trying to do stuff now, I'm like, oh, please don't. Please don't. I can't play Pokemon now. I don't want to have that situation with Destiny anymore. Please.
God, yeah. I mean, it's hard to really. It's hard to really justify grinding for the weapons again when you've already got them, and then like I can understand with their recent their recent update, saying, oh hey, we're gonna bring out some old weapons and stuff, in the next season. That's great, but then that raises so many more questions of why only just those? What made you decide to pick those? Why the fucking hell did you choose a rocket launcher? But okay, we're gonna move on from that. But
to be fair, if those rocket launchers had 2 in the chamber, right? Yep. I don't know if you've managed to use a rocket launcher with Ambitious Assassin.
I don't think I have, really. I haven't touched rocket launchers
much
since
there
the cluster
is,
bomb.
the Trials rocket can get it.
Really?
And I've used it. And if, I'm gonna say that straight up, if rockets could roll with 2 rockets in the chamber, like as just a general thing, so have them do maybe not as much impact, or make them unable to drop with like cluster or something like that, but give them 2 in the chamber using oh shit, that's not one. Have that be a thing. I'm telling you now, like genuinely 2 rockets in a chamber feels amazing. So like genuinely, if that was the reason they were bringing rockets back, then yeah, sure. But otherwise, like I can't see why they would do that. Really confuses me as to why rockets specifically, but more so than that, what perks are they bringing them back with? They've said that they've got all these perks, these new perks coming out, and it's like, well, what are you gonna put on them that could ever make me think, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, like, I'll do dungeons anyway just because, but at the same time, like, I don't really want to go into a dungeon to farm for a role of something, like for example, right, here's the biggest one that really sparked it for me, in terms of realization about how sunsetting is going. I think you may have interacted with this actually. I realized my supremacy, which is meant to be able to use till
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about,
the power cap this season for Last Wish weapons is 1410.
Yeah, I think so.
Let me just double check. Go to heritage. Yeah, 1410. Whereas my supremacy, which is they updated the power level for Last Wish weapons because the raid's still here, and then if you got it before this season, then it can't get used past the season before.
Yep.
And you're just like, what? Are you fucking real? Like, what? Why? Right. Best way I can explain it is, if a destination is still in game, why does that weapon disappear before the activity or destination disappears? Like that to me does not make any fucking sense. Like, the only way a weapon should be cycled out is if that destination disappears. Like, that's why a lot of the year 1 weapons getting cycled out makes sense. And the same with like Reckoning and all that. It's like, oh, okay, well, why can't you get XYZ Gambit weapon? It's like, oh, because Reckoning's not here anymore, and that's fine. But to just go, oh yeah, that raid weapon that's still there. Well, yeah, you want the same. You want that gun to actually be usable past a certain point. Then, oh yeah, just go do the raid for the exact same role that you've already got. Like, that isn't sunsetting. That's just tedious.
Yeah. If the weapon's available in game and they update the power levels for it, you should be able to have, like, I would be fine, honestly. I would be fine if they introduced a currency that allows you to update the the overall power level of the weapon. Like, if they did something to address that, but it doesn't feel like they're going to. I don't know. I've got a feeling that they're not going to address it.
It feels like Etheric Light was the thing in Destiny 1. I don't know. Did you play that?
That's it, yeah.
So like, with the etheric light, it was just literally a case of, oh, bring it up to the maximum that it can go. Like that's it. And I don't understand why that isn't the route that they're taking. The thing that's really frustrating, and everyone's like, oh, they're trying this out, they're indie, this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, but you've got to understand the reason why a lot of players are frustrated more than anything is because we've done all this before.
Yep.
Like, literally the entirety of Destiny 1 was spent basically preparing for Destiny 2. And then Destiny 2 comes out. Obviously, it was the shit show that it was. Forsaken was going in the right step, but Forsaken's biggest thing was going more towards D1 in the way it functioned. With, you know, bringing back, you know, random rolls and, you know, having an energy slot again and, or special slot and this, that, and the other. And it's like, right, okay, well, there's that.
Oh, he's right there. I heard the ding, I was like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, no, I just used the portal to get the fuck out of there.
Fair. It's one of those things that, you know, like, it, to me, Destiny's gun matter at the moment, fantastic, probably the best it's ever been. However, I'd still say that the best that its weapon economy and diversity, and just overall feeling has been the Forsaken Black Armory era. I still think that is probably one of the
Black
best
Armory
times. Was nuts. Fucking.
Well, I didn't like so. In terms of the whole thing, like literally, the main frustration is there's a saying. A lot of people have heard it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, 100%. I was thinking that earlier.
And a lot of Destiny 2 is just trying out other stuff that isn't working that was already figured out in Destiny 1. Like, Age of Triumph is literally the perfect Destiny. And it's why people still go on Destiny 1, like, now. Like, there's a reason people do it, and I don't understand why that's so hard to get their head around. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, we don't want just Destiny 1 again, because, you know, we've been there, done that. It'll be the same thing as the Pokemon situation that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we've already done it. Yeah, sure, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to do D1 ported onto PC, but at the same time, I like the way that they're doing the moon. I like the way that they're doing, you know, the way that they did the Omnigul Strike, the new one.
Yeah.
With Navota, like that is cool as fuck. I really like that twist on it because we were powering through that when that came out. Cosmo was actually in my chat because I was giving him live feedback. I was like, this is really fucking cool. The Cosmodrome feels amazing. It feels like it used to, but there's also that, you know, it's very slightly different because, you know, time has been the thing. Same with the moon, all this kind of stuff. The destinations have come back and yeah, spot on. But what I don't get is why certain aspects of that have also not come back. So like, I like the way that Summoner and all that's coming back.
Yeah.
No, not Summoner. Shadow Price, which is one of my favorite autos of all time.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Why was that not brought back? Like when, like the moon and the Cosmodrome got brought back, like that would have made perfect sense.
The choices they're making with the weapons is just, I don't know.
Yeah, like that would have been so cool to see. And it would have, you know, it would have got to the loot pool significantly earlier. But in terms of that, I don't understand why the likes of the Navota Strike doesn't have, you know, what was the name of the pulse rifle? Grasp on Malok.
Yes.
And all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't understand why those strikes don't have that. It's a perfect missed opportunity right there. But in terms of porting to like porting, I personally would very much just prefer they just cycle in D1 locations, D1 loot, that kind of stuff, while also bringing out new stuff. I don't want it all to just be, oh, recycled stuff. What I would personally like is do it so that every maybe so when a new season comes out, it's all new stuff, or when it comes out, it's like half new with half old. Like either of those two things would work because I know
Absolutely.
the old
Absolutely.
stuff, like it worked. There's a reason people remember it so well, and it's because of how good and unique and aesthetically pleasing and good to shoot and this, that, and the other. All these different multitude of reasons. So you'd have that side of things while also having new stuff at the same time. Maybe have less on each side of the spectrum just for the sake of getting it out.
Yeah.
But having the combination of new and old at the same time, I feel, is definitely something that is needed. Because this is the thing on the Twitter post I put out the other day. Let me just find this tweet a sec, because I kind of realized this, especially with you know, that the new Hawkmoon mission.
Yeah.
Like, because I used Python a lot for it, and I realized Python's getting sunset at the end of this season, so like next week. Same with Steel Feather Repeater, which I used as well, and all these others, and I was like, oh shit, all these really nice weapons are going. And then I was sat there thinking, okay, so let me just find the thing. Let's have a look. Because there was obviously the Bungie dev was saying about shit on things. And I turned around and was like, we want to be able to do that, but also be challenged. We want to see the new full loot pools every season with unique stuff, with the lines of like along the lines of Deafening Whisper and Marty's, because you know, Martyr's Retribution is going at the end of the season as well. All of the Ikelos weapons, because you know the Warmind cell builds, but Falling Guillotine and all that kind of stuff to like and give us content to challenge us with that. But the best way I could put it was we need the next mountaintop. So like, when I say that, like I mean like an entire seasonal drop of weapons that are like game rippling. So like the likes of Breakneck, Mountaintop, Fallen Guillotine, and they all show up and it feels good because they're unique and different, and they shake the sandbox, which makes them feel so good. And in terms of that, like we're just with all the Season of Dawn stuff going, like we're gonna need some absolutely fucking naughty stuff to replace them, because they are some of the nicest weapons in the game.
Oh hell yeah!
Well, like my main takeaway from it is, you know, when we're sat there and we're like, oh, this gun was amazing, that gun was amazing, this, that, and the other, and like we're like, oh, okay, so what's a D1 weapon that's still in the game now? There's pretty much nothing. Obviously, which is understandable. But at the same time, when VOG comes back, right? This is my main thing that I'm realizing. If the VOG weapons are up to as good as they are, so you know, like Fatebringer having its original Firefly and stuff like that, which they've said that they're gonna do. They said it when they were talking about it a couple of, like I think it was like a month or so ago.
Yeah,
when they were talking about that, and they talked about Shadow Price and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Saying like, oh, it's coming back with that. But at the same time, like, if that comes back and is as good as we all remember, and this, that, and the other, like, I really want them to come back and kind of show up the Destiny 2 weapons and be like, yo, this is what a gun should feel like. Like, because if it genuinely is as good as, you know, because I've been on D1 recently, Fatebringer still feels better than most guns in the game. Same with Black Hammer, same with Galley, same with Found Verdict.
Yeah.
Bless me. So when I'm using those, and I'm sat there like, wow, these still feel incredible. They still powerful, but not overpowered. There's like that power fantasy, but you know, it's still, you know, this, that, and the other. And I'm sat there like, oh, why don't we have stuff like that? Like, yeah, sure, Heritage is unique and all this kind of stuff, but at the same time, Heritage is going to be sunset before Witch Queen, so
yeah, no, I have thoughts on that.
yeah, it's kind of fucking stupid, to be honest. But I'm looking at that and I'm like, right, okay, so with the weapons, like you think about like 99% of weapons in D2 specifically. Like most of them you can't remember, but the only ones you do remember are the ones which are absolutely broken or feel insane.
Yeah.
And that's kind of saying something. Like, if the stuff we remember, like the likes of, you know, like Fatebringer, which is the best example to be honest, because Fatebringer is the penultimate hand cannon of all time, pretty much.
Oh,
apart from what was it? I wasn't really a PvP player, so I wasn't really too much into that. But no, if those weapons come back during VOG and they're as, you know, as good as they're meant to be, and they don't fucking, you know, bring them back half baked and this, that, and the other, it's gonna really put the perspective on which weapons work and what the power fantasy should be. And because like the thing with the VOG weapons was they weren't actually, apart from gun model and everything, like in terms of that, they were pretty much just normal looking weapons with like a little bit of a like orangey yellow shade, like plating to them. That was literally it. But the way they felt and functioned was just, that's what made them so good, more than perks or anything like that. And I really hope this is kind of like, especially if that is the case in terms of how the weapons like shake people, I really hope it opens their eyes to, oh, we don't just want, like when we say we don't just want Outlaw Rampage all the time, like we're looking at those and going like, oh, you know, like shot package and final round and this, that, and like you look at that and then you're looking at you know, like Kratos Revenge, you're looking at Aiden's Ally, not Aiden's Ally, fucking Atheon's Epilogue, sorry. You're looking at Fatebringer with Outlaw Dragonfly, oh no, not Dragonfly, Firefly, sorry. And you're looking at all these and you're like, oh, like on paper they're pretty basic weapons, but when you look at them in comparison to 99% of the sandbox, like if those basic weapons can make people feel like that, then surely that something needs to happen to put all the other weapons up to that standard.
Oh, you're 100% correct. I mean, like, for me, I think I found, like, one of the best examples I think I found of this is, well, the way that the community feels regarding these weapons is, the weapons themselves need to be able to have a good story attached to them. Like, anyone's, like, if you talk to anyone about their favorite weapon out of Destiny 1 or Destiny 2, they've got a story to tell you about it. It's not just, oh, this gun does this and this gun does that. I feel, you know, I feel this gun, you know, is good in my hands. I like
everyone remembers like getting their first roll of, or first drop of an actual god roll of things on D1.
Yeah, everyone's got a story for it, and it's.
But like that's the thing as well. Like the closest we've got to that is the pinnacle weapons on D2, specifically the pinnacle, not the rituals. Fuck those. The actual pinnacle weapons. So like you look at specifically, and I want to draw big attention to this. The reason why I say we need the next mountaintop more than anything is because that grind was insane, especially when it first came out. I remember doing that.
Yes.
It was a fucking nightmare.
Yep.
And while it was a nightmare to do,
oh, you good at them.
you know, at the same time, it was fucking rewarding. You like me myself, I'm not a PvP player, but I put the fucking work in to get that because of how well it melted bosses.
Oh,
and I was like, fuck that, I want that. So I went and got that. Fucking, it took me ages. It took me like fucking like maybe 2 weeks of just straight PvP to fucking get. Using, I think it was Fighting Lion with I think it was a primary nade launcher and something in the heavy slot. I can't remember what it was. Like, it was another grenade launcher in the heavy slot.
Colony?
But I remember using those and was just like, sick. Like, this is what a grenade... Like, and definitely since it's left the sandbox, I've definitely felt that it is missing. Like, specifically that. And if that's saying something, not so much in how much it dominated PvP, but more specifically in terms of the versatility and function of that weapon. The like, you look at that and you always remember when you get that, and it's very much a D1 god roll moment, but it's a pinnacle weapon. So that is what I'm referring to, along with weapons that are fucking silly, stupid, powerful. And that's what allows them to be sunset. Like, you literally, you look at all these weapons that are going or have gone, and you're like, okay, right, okay, I get why some of them, especially the pinnacles, but like, I'm looking at Python and I'm like, I'd be fine with Python going if we had another thing that had like another shotgun that had overflow on it. Like, overflow 1-2 punch, it's amazing. But there isn't anything. And it's the same with Martyr's going, you know, it's the only waveform that's solar in the game. It's going.
Yeah.
You've got all these other things that are so unique in the sandbox, and they're going. And there's nothing to replace them in that regard. And I'm looking at it all, like I'm dreading the day when Fallen Guillotine's going. Because... like, you've got that going, you've got the one that's basically... Like, I know Fallen Guillotine's basically just Dark Drinker 2.0.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it feels amazing to use because it is
even
that
after
good.
the nerf.
Yeah, even after the nerf, it's still... It's that and Lament are the two swords you want to be using because they feel amazing to use.
100%.
And, like... You look at Steel Feather Repeater going, I'm pretty sure it's the only 720 left, is it? Hold on, let me check.
I think it might be.
Oh no, Reckless Oracle stuff, yeah, but Reckless
No.
Oracle, that's a piece of shit. Like Summoner still feels nice, Norn Hunger, but again, like Norn Hunger's gonna be going.
Oh, I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be sad when that goes. I fucking love that auto rifle. It feels so good.
But I'm looking at all these weapons, right? Specifically, like, the Season of Dawn stuff. So let's have a look. So Steel Feather's going, Perfect Paradox is going, Python's going, Martyr's Retribution's going, Trophy Hunter's going, which I still use all of these, by the way, like, frequently. What else is going? The Oriel's Gift is going. You know, it's not anything amazing, but it's still going.
I remember when that used to be
the
meta.
That was like the meta.
That might have, like, it feels like it was 10 years ago that I was doing Trials of the Nine with having to come up against Mitre Multi-Tool and Uriel's Gift. Fuck.
I still think one of my favorite, like, because here's another reference to, like, things being absolutely silly. That is the reason you remember them. Do you remember Laser Tag?
Oh, yeah! That was so
Prometheus
good!
Lens meta. Yeah.
Oh, do I still have that?
But see, that was the most fun I've ever had in Crucible.
That
because it was just go in,
broken, stupid, like, nonsense.
Well, everyone was using it, so it didn't matter who you were or anything. If you get clipped by that fucking laser, that's it, game over. And everyone was on the same boat, so it felt amazing.
And Zer sold it that weekend. First. Like, that's the thing that blew me out. I was like, why is he selling this?
See, but that was the best bit because everyone had it then. And it was just a case of just go into Crucible, have Prometheus land on, and just laser each other. Like, that to me felt the best Crucible has ever felt in D2 because of how fucking silly it was.
That's why I remember it
in such a fun light.
They need to do that on a regular basis. Like, choose an exotic weapon and just be like, we're going to do something stupid with it this week. Have fun with that. Like, have it be every so often or something. I don't know. I don't really mind. Like, once a weekend or something like that. I don't care. Just, like, bring something in that's just absolutely ridiculously stupid. Like, Eyes of Tomorrow now shoots 12 rockets in one round. Okay, have fun with that, you know? Something like that would be just absolutely insane, but it would be fun. I would have a lot of fun with that. It'd just be lovable
chaos more than anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty much just a case of who shoots first, like, and I like
100%.
that. Like, it's not so much like sweating or anything like that. It's just go in and just turn your brain off and just fucking become an ape for a bit. Especially in terms of like, do you remember when Lord of Wolves was rampant? Like, Lord of Wolves wasn't so much fun. Lord of Wolves was more tedious because of the way it functioned. But laser tag, I definitely agree, needs to be a, you know, just a fun little thing. In terms of just going ham, like, you know, instead of having the fucking the Scorch cannon thing, why not just go, okay, there you go, everyone's got a trace rifle, go. Like, I don't understand why stuff like that isn't what it's always like, oh, you know, use a Scorch cannon or this, that, and the other. And yeah, while Scorch cannons are fun, like, there's nothing better than a Prometheus lens at 110% power. Like,
yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Just hardcore Destiny PvP. Just have that. Like, you know, like COD hardcore mode.
Yeah.
I don't even play PvP in COD, but like hardcore was good. I'd love that. Like, more, like, even more time to kill. I know it's fast anyway, but turn it up to like 1,000,000. Like, one bullet kills you no matter what you're using. Like, that kind of shit. And no matter what you get clipped by, if someone so much just breathes on you, that's it, you're dead. Like, I would love that kind of game mode because it's super duper fucking intense. And yeah, while stasis is a thing, also everything else would be a thing. Everything would be silly, which would mean that everything would be fun. Because you wouldn't get frozen, you'd just die. So it wouldn't be as frustrating either.
Yeah.
That's just kind of my stance. Like, just turn everything up to 11, and then balance isn't an issue anymore.
Yeah.
It's not a competitive esport, so fuck it. Just go nuts.
Although to be fair, like, it would be interesting to see Destiny get, like, if it could, its own competitive league, like COD, like Rocket League, like Overwatch, and like all these other massive games. I reckon if Bungie had the capacity, a Destiny competitive league would.
They don't care enough about that aspect of the game, or and the way they balance stuff, and especially with how the sandbox operates on every level, pretty much. You couldn't do a competitive thing like it. I know some people amongst the community have figured like ways of doing it by just like going, okay, this isn't allowed, that isn't allowed, blah 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 blah. But that's the closest it's gonna get. Like, I don't think there is a way that they could fundamentally implement a actual proper competitive esport type environment for Destiny. Which, yeah, is sad, but at the same time, like, you know, it's a different kind of game. It's not like, okay, everyone just picks one character at the same level field, just learn that character. Because then you've got the guns on top of that, you've got all the subclasses on top of that, and this kind of stuff. It's a lot more complicated to, you know, keep hold of. So, like, in these tournaments, it's like, oh, okay, stasis isn't allowed, like, and all that kind of stuff, like, or like, this weapon isn't allowed, or this and that. You couldn't just, apart from sunsetting, like, you couldn't really implement that at all, I don't think.
No, you're 100% correct. It's not like a lot of I've seen a lot of people say that, you know, like, oh, you know, Destiny's a much more easier game, or it's you know, it's not, you know, it's less complicated than COD is, yada yada yada. Should be able to do these things a lot easier, and I'm like, that's absolutely incorrect. I would say that Destiny,
Destiny is
is
extremely
by its own
complicated.
nature way infinitely more complicated than something like COD. COD is weapons. That's it. That's it. You know, it's not multiple classes and subclasses and abilities and all this other crap.
Oh, like literally, I went on zombies not like the other day. It's actually got like classes and stuff now, and stats and abilities and this and the other.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, no, I didn't like it because we went into zombies specifically to shoot zombies, and I was like, I was like looking at all this stuff and was like, fuck this. That's not what I like. I want to be able to go in with a pistol and start with nothing and start on wave 1. That's literally all I want to do with zombies.
Yep.
And then all this other stuff on top of it just took the experience away from me. So I was like, fuck this. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, back to Black Ops 3 for me. You're like.
Yeah. So.
What have we got here?
Yeah, no, like I feel like Destiny just needs to go right. Okay, Power Fantasy, turn it up to 11, like, and go for it. I feel that's 100% the direction they should go.
Right.
Just to go nuts.
Benji, sorry I missed this earlier. The emblem I have is from the latest Destiny Grimoire Anthology, Volume 3, War Machines, which is this bit of a thing right here. It is probably my favourite emblem to come out for them. It's pretty dope.
It's the XO one, isn't it?
The yes, it's absolutely insane.
I've got that behind me as well.
So good. Yes, Evelyn, I'm seeing all the chat you're putting through. You're making a hell of a lot of good points. A lot to go through there. As for Prophecy, they did fix the spawn rate of the Scions, so you can go through and do that again.
The thing that sucks about Prophecy specifically, this isn't going to be a quick one. The thing that sucks about Prophecy is the fact that there's no taken barrier or anything like that anymore. Like, it just... If you can't use taken barrier, taken armament, taken whatever the fucking other one was, and this, that, and the other, if you can't use the taken mods in Prophecy, then I'm sorry, but no. Like...
yeah,
That's why when it came back after they got removed, I was like, yeah, no, fuck that. I'm not doing that anymore.
See, that's the thing. Like, if the place you were able to acquire them from is still in the game and still getting kind of like refreshed loot and stuff like that, why get rid of them? Anyway, I don't know with what they're doing. But yes, you guys in chat are amazing. You all are amazing. I have seen the compliments going through for each other. The amount of love going through is fantastic. You guys are brilliant. Do you guys have any more questions? Because we will definitely go through them. Should you have anything to ask whatsoever, it is a completely open format. Anyone can ask anything they'd like, of course. So it is up to you guys. No, don't worry about it, Evelyn. It's fine. It's good. I highly always encourage as much chatter as possible because it's, you know, this is a place for people to just, if they want something that they want to nerd out about, you go for it. You want to vent about something, fucking throw it in. Go for it. Oh, Tangy. Thoughts on Sparrow Racing League? At least I'm pretty sure that's what he means by SRL. But yeah, Sparrow Racing League in Destiny 2.
Yeah, no, I love it. Like, SRL, I used to play religiously when it was out in D1.
Nice.
Even if there was nothing to do, it was a nice downtime from strikes and this, that, and the other. Because it was only out for a short period of time. But it was so different to the general gunplay and all this kind of stuff. It just kind of broke stuff up for me. I didn't care whether I was getting anything. But it had nice gear sets. It had nice sparrows. It had horns. It had all these other things that made it so fucking good just for existing. I'm always saying I'm an avid advocate of SRL coming back. I would love that shit.
I miss horns on sparrows so much. That was just such an awesome thing. It's like, oh hey, here's a horn for your sparrow. Dope. I'm gonna keep that.
Extra layer of customization. Again, don't fix it if it ain't broke. Like, why did that go? It's, like that's the thing. Like, I don't mind paying for stuff when, you know, it's there. Like, horns are all payable. Like, it was all Eververse. I don't mind paying for shit like sparrows and or specifically horns. I would fucking buy so many horns, you would not believe.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But like sparrows, literally just throw like 1 or 2 sparrows in the SRL, and then all of the rest make them Eververse base. Like that feels fine to me. Like, people would be more than happy doing that. It's when every single sparrow in the game is in the fucking Eververse, that's when shit's like kind of like, you bum. Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, that'd be way more easier for the fucking team to balance as well, in terms of a Crucible mode. Like, literally, you don't even need to fucking balance weapons or anything like that. Just literally just get on your Spyro and go. Like, I don't get it. And do you remember the one Spyro that came out that was the only one that was the only one with instant summon in the game?
Oh yes.
So like literally, like it gave us a reason to go for that.
Hell yeah.
Like, I know we've got all of them now with that, which is fucking GG Bungie. That was a very good move because I've been asking for that for ages.
That needed to happen. Ghost
like,
one's back. Yes.
Why not something like a Spyro that's like, you know, it's got like an arc shield or something like that, or solar shield.
Right. You know.
I feel that'd be cool, especially for like, you know, for content that has enemies that you go and you Spyro around or anything like that. If you specifically go into a raid, like the way that you did in Scourge, just literally slap an arc shield on. It makes going for flawless easier, which is a challenge in the game. Like it'd make people go, oh, okay, let's go do our SRL, try and complete the triumph, or because, you know, they don't like fucking RNG anymore, which, you know, fair dues, like, no one likes fucking RNG to that extent, but at the same time, like, you know, it kind of takes the fun out of every drop ever. But definitely in terms of, you know, if you sat there and you're trying to go for a flawless, it's like, oh, okay, do you have the Spyro with the arc shield? Like, no. It's like, oh, okay, shit, we'll just jump in SRL, we'll get it, and then, you know, we'll go for the flawless. Like, that to me adds an extra layer of desirability, because it's like, oh, okay, well, if it's got a shield in this, then yeah.
No, like I'm with you on Sparrows. Like, they need to bring something like that at the moment, because it just, at the moment, it doesn't really feel like Sparrows have all too much of a place anymore in
like, I mean, I like the way that they're bringing them out in raids.
Yes,
like,
yes, 100%.
Like the way with Scourge, with Deepstone, and all that. Like, I love that they've started including Sparrows in raids. But at the same time, if the whole reason for a Sparrow is for a traveling section in a raid, I'm sorry, but that ain't it, Chief.
Yep. Yep. They're just, because, I mean, Sparrows in the lore are just such an integral part to a Guardian's life that it'd just be nice to see a little bit more functionality to them. Like, adding the shields would be fantastic, and it's not as if it would be broken, because we've already got a very good example of how that would work with Heir Apparent.
Exactly. That's what came to mind when I was thinking about it.
100% could work. 100%.
And literally, if that fucking shield breaks, then yeah, that's it. You fucked. But at the same time, like, as long as you're holding the accelerator, the element shield's there. Like, why would that be an issue? I don't get it. Or,
So,
next Tangi's got a good point then.
I would say would be, excuse me. So, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself pre-streaming life? Anything you're willing to talk about or discuss pre-streaming life?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I would talk about there. Pretty much there was the job thing. Mm-hmm. I was very much, I will just talk about, like, you know, I'd go to work, and that was pretty much it. I didn't really have. I mean, I did. Actually, no. Now I think about it. Actually, now that I'm actually like turning my brain on a little bit. In school and afterwards, I was in a band. Well, there's a few actually.
I think I've seen a clip of you
play
slapping
guitar,
the
I
bass
play
a few
drums.
times.
Yeah. So I play guitar, I play drums, or used to specifically. I'm very rusty now. But no, I used to play a lot. And I'd had that. But also I was not your typical like, everyone's like right, okay, we'll go through this. So school, I was very much a very much a problem child, because of multitude of things, parents, this, that, and the other. So I was pretty much intoxicated pretty much all the way through my teens, or on something. I could never tell you specifically because it was something else all the time.
Oh, I didn't know you were Australian.
Yeah.
Man, the culture over here is insane. But anyway,
Yeah,
continue.
that's what ours is like, but like everyone's got a reason for being on
Yeah.
this, that, and the other over here. Like, 'cause we've all got different shit.
Yep.
Whether that's they're just a party animal because fuck it, or they've got shit going on, which was more my sense. So I was just literally every single day, without fail, from like the age of 12 onwards.
Yeah.
I'd either be drunk or on something. And so, I was in school being a nuisance. And then I was doing my band stuff as well. I was not out in that sense. So there was a lot of built up stuff which led to my music writing being pretty good. Not to my own horn, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so we did that. And then once I kind of left school. Well, not kinda. I did leave school in sixth form. And what's it called? Sorry, I was just melting there.
It's all good.
So, yeah, well, I left school after the first year of sixth form, which is after final year. It's like first year college for those that don't know, because we go to that after 16.
Right.
So at 17, I'd left school full stop. I was kind of the social bridge between all the friend groups. I didn't really get along with people, and I got bullied a lot. But I was very much a nerd, but people socialized with me because I was like the only one from a very early age that was able to get served and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I was kind of who people come to for that, and I used to like sell cigs and stuff like that in school. And
Classic.
this is back when they were like a $5 for a 10 deck, so I was like, yeah, let's go.
I was gonna say, what was the going rate for like a single smoke for you guys?
Over here it was 50p for a rollie and a quid for a cig.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We had comparatively.
The payback made it worth it. Because I did a paper round before school, and then on my way after I'd done my paper round, I'd go and sit off in a field by school, get drunk, and then go in. Like,
classic.
But like by that field was a corner shop, so I just like if anyone wanted anything, they'd come over to me specifically and be like, "Yo, can you go and get this?" So I'd go in and get it.
Nice.
And that was kind of every morning. So I'd just go there, and like this is back when it was only £5 for a pack of 10 for cigs. So that's what I'd do. I'd just kind of like get yesterday's orders and then get some for myself, and then if anyone wanted any, I'd always have some left over. But if I needed to stock up, I'd grab them before the bell went. And so I'd do that. Because think about it, right? So if you're spending 5 on 10, but you're selling them for a quid each, you're still making a £5 profit, and then that just kind of stacks up over time. and it allowed me to drink as much as I did. But no, it was like that, and then obviously with all the shit that was going on, it allowed me to do my music stuff. I left school with all my jobs and stuff. Whereas all my mates were still carrying on sixth form or, you know, preparing for uni and this and that. I was like one of the only ones that left and moved away from where that was. So like I was born and raised in Liverpool. Then I moved over to Wallasey in my teens.
Right. Okay.
Which is over the water. It's like the little peninsula when you look at the UK. It's like this tiny little bit that sticks out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I moved back over to Liverpool when I was 18. Moved in with my nan. That's when I got like, you know, all my full times and everything going. That's when I started getting all that going.
Right.
And really focused on just becoming an absolute workaholic. I came out, I went clean of everything. So stop drinking, stop drinking, stop taking drugs, basically.
Yeah.
And the only thing I still do is smoke, which is unfortunate, but it's tough. But
Yeah.
in terms of that, I did all that. And then I got my own place. Not last August, the August before, but I was streaming at that point. But like, that was kind of where all that was, and that's up to this. I used to tour with my band and stuff, even though I was still young. Played the likes of Aborted and Cattle the Cap and all those. And then I did like all my Yu-Gi-Ohs, like in terms of the tournaments and all that kind of stuff. I used to. It was actually quite funny in primary school and year 7 of which is first year secondary school. I used to bunk off to play Halo, which is
Nice.
where my mate. Yeah, so like me and my mates would be absolutely fucking high off our tits and just sit there playing fucking whatever Halo was out at the time.
So what did you call it? Bunk off?
Bunk off is the way you just knock out school, or you jump over the gate and go home.
That is an interesting term for it. We Oh god, I have been out of school for so long. Crap, babe. What do we used to call it? Oh wow, I am having a mind blank on this. Oh, wag. That's it. We used to call it wagging. We'd wag school for the day. So we'd just like leave school for the day or something like that. Yeah.
It just fuck off because you're like, screw this. I'm going home. I want to play games or some shit. Well, that's what we did. So like, from there, we just started. You know, we go home, we get smashed, and just play Halo. Like, and then or like we'd do that, or we'd watch like whatever the new Pokemon movie was, or we'd watch like Monty Python or some shit like that. And that was pretty much me growing up.
Sounds cool. I like it.
It was pretty nutty.
Look, I forgot wagging because I haven't been in school for the last. God, how am I almost 27 now? Oh Jesus, like 8 years, 9 years. It'll be 9 years this year. It'll be 9 years this year. I just
So what age did you leave school at?
So my last year was 15. So, no, 15? God, no. Oh, what am I saying? No, 18. I don't know why I said 15. Weird.
So yours was like, what? Yours was maybe like a year before mine, I think. Yeah, so if I left at like nearly 17, then yeah, yours would have been just over it. Because I was one of the oldest in my year. So was your years like split up by September?
No, so ours is off the calendar year.
Okay. See, ours was
because we have summer in
September was when we did it. September was when the year started. So
yeah.
Kind of went off that.
Because our summer's over the course of December through February, so we start at the beginning of the calendar year. Yeah, we start at the beginning of the calendar year, but our tax year begins at the middle of the year, which is really annoying. But because I actually work for the taxation office over here, so but so we We have kinder, which starts at age 5. Prep at age 6, or preparatory. And then you have grades...
That for us is reception.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Grades 1 through 6 is primary school, well, including kinder and prep. Grades 1 through 6 are primary school. And then you hit high school at the age of 13, or turning 13. And that's 7 through 10. So here's the thing. It's 7 through 10, or it's 7 through 12, depending on the state you're in. In Tassie, which is where I live, Tasmania, I should say, it's 7 through 10, and years 11 and 12 are, for the most part, college, quote unquote. Purely because it's a different way of schooling down here. It's still kind of high school, but it's like this middle ground between high school and university, which it gives you a little bit more freedom to choose your own subjects and stuff like that.
That for us is very much what college is.
So we've basically got similar kind of systems in that then. But years 11 and 12 for us are college, and you're 18 when you're in year 12.
Yeah. So that's not too different from us. So like, for us we've got I'm gonna go off what my age was for each year because what's it called? Hold on. The dude. Keep missing my bloody shots.
There he is.
There we go. Focus. In terms of like, because I was one of the oldest in my year, you see, because I'm the 9th of September. So for us, which is the term starts on the 1st, or the date is split up by the 3rd, depending on what year you're in. So I was like literally like 8 days off from being the year above.
Yep.
But so for us, let me think. So I think it is like 4 or something like that for us is nursery.
Right.
I think. And reception would be 5. And then hold on a sec, I've got this dude on my ass.
Oh, no, he found me instead. He literally left you alone and found me.
Because I was sat there with a lament as well, and he knew
it. Yeah, that's fair.
But no, yeah. So that was like 4. 5, I think, was reception. And then it was melt time. And then it was 5 reception, 6 was year 1, I think. Then 7 year 2, 8 year 3, 9 year 4. Yeah, that's about right. So 10 year 5, 11 year 6, and then I was turning 12 when I went into year 7. So that's when that'd be.
Right, okay.
And then obviously, and then 13 would be year 8, 14 year 9, 15 year 10, 16 year 11. And then from there, you would decide whether you're either going to college or 6th form, or go into an apprenticeship. And that'd be at 6. So I was turning 17 when that happened. And then halfway through that year, I fucked off and went full time at a job while everyone else was still in there. But they'd be in 6th form / college for them 2 years. So they'd be 17, 18. And then after that, they'd go to uni. So 19 would be uni.
Yeah, it's a very, very similar system. I think America really just has the weird one out of the lot. Sorry guys, but it's true. Because it's just such a weird system over there. I don't know why they split it up the way they did. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is strange.
That's so much about that country is strange. But yeah, I have lots of thoughts on them too. But save that for another time. Is there anything that in particular that you wanted to go over today? Anything about yourself? Anything that that you guys don't actually know at the moment, or anything like that?
I don't know, because like that's the thing. Like, I was saying before, like I'm pretty sure they know most things about me, because I can't think of anything off the top of my head that they don't. But like, it just as and when we're talking, sometimes there'll be a time when it's like, oh, we didn't know that about you, and I'm like, oh, shit, okay. So it's very much one of those where I can't think of it. If they want to ask anything, by the way, if you don't know me, for everyone that's in chat, I know most of you do. I know you guys know a lot, but I know some of you are still like newish. If you don't know already, I am like an open book. If you want to ask anything, no matter what it is, I don't get offended at shit. I'm pretty laid back. If you want to ask literally anything, go for it. I will answer pretty much everything. So, if anyone's got a question, more than happy to ask, and I will answer. I just need to run to the toilet quick.
Yeah, that's alright.
I'll just I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, but I'll leave it to chat to ask pretty much whatever, because off the top of my head, I've got no idea. And also you as well, if you've got anything.
I've always got questions I can ask. I'm just like letting you do your own thing and just chat away.
I'm just vibing and shooting shit.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
It's good.
It's good.
Right, I'll be back in just a sec.
Alright. Yes. Chat. I have been watching. I haven't been ignoring you at all, but just been letting Katie do her own thing and just chat away and answer questions as they come up. But yeah, sorry about that, Toasties. Yeah, that's just the auto mod that like I don't actually have anyone who mods my channel, so I kind of have to just like turn auto mod on. But I love it how we're all just kind of commiserating over our shared misery of high school. Just like, what high school wasn't shit? That's that seems to be the prevailing thing, is like, what high school wasn't shit? The poop story. Okay. Hey Emmy, do you want to share some of those Doritos? But here's the question though: what Doritos and what dip? Toasties, hey. Didn't realise you were Australian, so good to have you here, man. The posh ones? Cool Ranch Doritos. Nice. I love the Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch is delicious. For those who don't know, Femme Fatale in chat is my fiance. She's a beautiful woman and I love her. And if anyone has any questions for me, I mean, this obviously is an interview for Katie and we will focus on her. But, while she's popped off or anything like that, and of course, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask me, because I'm the same as Katie. I am an incredibly open book. Nothing's off limits for me, really. So, yeah, as long as you're an awesome person, because you're all awesome, but, as long as you're nice, I'm chill. How's my day been? Pretty good. It's been not too bad. Over the last 2 days, I've gotten through about almost 10 loads of washing, which you're going to consider myself, my partner, both of our kids, being very young, 3 and 6 months, almost 7 months, go through a lot of clothes. So I did a lot of that, and streaming and chilling with you guys. Flamin' Hot Doritos, haven't tried those yet. But how long have I been streaming? It's an interesting question. I've been on and off. I started a couple of years ago, probably about 2 years or so now, just trying to get into it, but not having any idea of what to do. But then trying to balance family life with that, and just being out of work and out of funds, and I don't know, it wasn't going well for me. So after a while, it just kind of stopped, and then early last year or so, I kind of started picking it up again, and slowly, very slowly, unfortunately, started, building up a presence online and chatting to people and streaming off the computer and diversifying a little bit. Still very much at the beginning phase. Like, I'm still learning how to use Streamlabs properly, and I need to organize screen transitions and get the whole technical side of things down, but I'm getting there. It's taking a while because I'm really bad at all of this stuff. The first stream for both you and Aussie liking you. Honestly, bro, I'm loving you. Good to see you here, Toasty. I'm also an ambassador for Guardians Mental Health, which is a not-for-profit mental health organisation started by people in the Destiny community we do a lot of good work. It's awesome. So should we, Dave, also. But definitely check them out. Over here on TV the other day, he said in my school got a bottle of milk and played jammy dodgers every break time. What? Oh, that would have been dope. Since stream where I can think mine is going on. Same. Whelping Ellen, I do a lot of washing every day. Yeah. Whenever you start a stream. Yeah, that's right. When me and my partner were long distance, I would kind of just stream off the PlayStation. Not seriously, just kind of be like, just so I could show my lovely, beautiful fiance, who I absolutely adore. You know, what we're doing as a way to kind of remain close to each other in a sense. Yeah, it's nice. Some advice you give to streamers of just starting out on Twitch or YouTube? Oh, well, thank you, Emmy. I appreciate that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Toasty. Oh, God, I wish I went to a private school. Advice? I'd say the two biggest things are always have fun. Never... Oh, no. Oh, this is because it would have been, like, AFK. Always have fun would be a big thing, because I've found that I've gotten caught up in it before, and you know, most streamers do, where you could be focused on the numbers or the experience or something like that, and it kind of brings you down. Have fun, just enjoy it. Play games because you enjoy it. Chat to people, talk to people. You know, it's good to kind of network and everything, but it's better to be able to just enjoy spending time with people where you can, and just having fun and focusing and doing what you love. And as weird as this is, narrate everything you do. Throughout the day, it's really good practice. Talk to yourself. I'm making myself a cup of coffee. I'm pouring the milk in. I'm doing that. And then try to bring up, like, stream of consciousness stuff. Like, that cup of coffee reminds you of doing this thing or that thing back in your past. And you kind of just can build up that rapport with yourself, as weird as it sounds. Because these streams are fantastic. I love them because I get to interact with so many people. But if I'm perfectly honest, I have maybe one person watch me, or maybe two if I'm lucky, on a regular basis, on a daily basis. So building that, like, kind of self-conversationalist attitude up is important, because you never know when people are going to come in, or when you might get raided or hosted or whatever, you know, what may have you. So yeah, talking to yourself turns out it's actually a really good skill. Well, so I like to tell myself on a regular basis. Yes, lunch orders. Donuts. Oh, God, I used to love lunch orders back in the day. Cornflake tart and custard tart dinner with custard at dinner was peak secondary.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello.
Right. Okay, I'll do my cup.
Oh. Toasted cheese, strawberry, or pie. Ah, yes. Wait, Emmy, what the hell are poo cakes? What? What is that? It's me, I just want to... Yeah. Tips on getting over camera shyness as a newbie. So for myself, it's not... That, for myself, is not something I had too much of a issue with, only because I wasn't too concerned with the way that I look, and I never have been. Well, because I just don't think people really care too much about the way I look. But for those who do have that, I would say build up to it if you want to. Like, maybe start off camera. You could then do maybe a stream for maybe an hour or two, like kind of like slowly build that up over time. Have fun with it though. Like there are streamers I know to this day, Twitch partners, who have been streaming for like 6-7 years, who do on-camera streaming, who still have issues with that. So it doesn't matter how skilled you are or how long you've been doing it. It can be something that some people face, but once you start getting into it, once you start having fun, you're really enjoying yourself, you're engrossed. A lot of that stuff, just for myself anyway, starts to just fall away, and you get into the moment. Like I can get nervous starting these kinds of streams, and then it just kind of falls away, and you just fall into that rhythm, and you know you get to the point where you're just enjoying yourself, you're having fun, and in the end, you don't want to be streaming for almost any other reason really than to just have fun, enjoy yourself, and then, you know, for myself, it's try and make someone's day a little bit better. So, yes, I've been told I've got to ask you about the poop story.
Oh, right. Give me a sec. I'll tell you that now. I'm just making a tweet about the Sparrow idea.
Yes, 100%.
For SRL.
Oh, did you see Silver's idea for PvP loot?
No.
Basically have like a loot system like what's in Deepstone Crypt for like PvP for trials and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, like look, honestly, the spoils of Conquest are like the best thing to come out of. Like Deepstone's fun, but the spoils side of things is definitely something that Endgame needs.
Oh yeah.
Being able to focus on specifically that is 100% the direction that they should go. And being able to choose what you want, and allows you to do more refined farming. I 100% agree with that. We had to do strikes for a bit, by the way.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I was just like automatically just loading that without thinking. I just realized we spent most of this time doing Cam, but yeah, let's mix this up.
But what's it called? There's what's it called? Right. So the poop story. It was one time I was basically I was going to see my mom. This is when I'd moved out. I was just going to see her, and I kind of I was fine when I left. But the way my trade journey is to get to my mum's would be get on here, get on to Liverpool city centre, and then change over to go on the Wallasey line, go all the way to New Brighton, and then get off, or Wallasey Village, and then walk from there to my mum's, and it's maybe like a 20-minute walk from there. And there's nowhere you can really go to the loo on the way. There's no loos on trains, none of that shit. So it was very much a case of I fucking love this strike.
Oh yes.
I love this one. Basically, we were on the way, and I was on the way, sorry. And all of a sudden, my tummy was like, "Yo, you need a dump," and I was like, "Oh no!" So like, I started getting these like shooting pains and stuff like down below, like really aggressive out of nowhere. You need a poop. So I was holding it all the way there. Got off, and by the time I was off the train, it got to that point where it's extremely painful, and you've got to like kind of, you got to kind of waddle so it doesn't just Fallout kind of thing.
So you were kind of like turtle heading?
Essentially, but I was like holding
Love
that, and then but it was also one of those ones that was like a really violent one, and trying to hold that back was a huge yikers. It wasn't it wasn't good. Wasn't a good time.
No.
But like I had to keep stopping to basically kind of like keel over and hold it. And it got real bad.
No.
So that was going on, and then I finally get to my mum's. Now my mum's a childminder, right? So she's got this like basically a bungee cord on the gate so that the kids can play out in the front garden and not like get through the gate, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And she was doing that. She was out in the front, and just kind of, you know, they were playing in the front garden, and that was a thing. So then I was there. I got to the gate right outside my mum's and was like, "Yo," she's like sat on the step in the doorway, and she's like, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?" And this, that, and the other, and I'm like, "Mom, open the fucking gate," because I was literally holding my cheeks together with my hands, like literally it was at that stage, and I was like, "Mom, open the gate," because if I take my hands off my ass, this is gonna go bad. She's like, "Oh, why? What's up?" And then she starts slowly getting up. She's still trying to make conversation. I'm like, "Mom, just open the gate, please." And then she's like waddling over. She's like, "Why? What's up?" And I'm like, "And it's too late. Never mind." And literally just full on, like, cause I was there in some really nice skirt. I had this really nice top on.
Oh no.
And it just went down my leg, like all over the fucking pavement. This, that, and the other. And I was stood there like an absolute fucking lemon, just like, yeah. No, that was, yeah. That was a huge yikers. Stood there like monk ass big time.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was bad. I was like, "Mom, please." She's just there like, "Hi." I'm like, "No."
I would have been like,
damn gates.
I'm about to have a real shit time right now. You better hurry up.
Literally.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's that tale. Like, it was bad.
Sounds like you had a really
Had a
crap
shit
time.
time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. Oh man, I feel so bad. That's terrible.
Oh no, yeah. I will always remember it. Like I was showing them a tour of over them ways of like where I spent my teen years and a lot of stories from that, and showing them all around like how things worked over there, like where people gathered and hung out and all this shit, and where I went to school and this, that. And so we did that in an IRL stream. I've started doing them a lot recently, even though like we're meant to be in lockdown and stuff, but I was like, screw it.
Yeah.
I've obeyed the rules all this time. I'm kind of fed up now. Fuck it. I don't interact with people, so you know, I'm not gonna be at risk because I'm not actually going to touch nor talk to anyone, so fuck it. I just kind of, like, even as introverted as I am, like, I am a full-on hermit. Even now, I've kind of reached the point now where I'm like, oh, fuck this. I'm just gonna go out, like, fuck it. So I did that, showed them around, and no, yeah, sorry, I died off the head.
Oh yeah, that's all good. It's all good.
And it just kind of reached that point, and I was like, right, okay, I'm gonna go out. Can't remember where I was go. Oh yeah, the IRL streams. And I've really been enjoying that side of things, like just just going out and streaming off my phone. Like I'm currently getting some alerts done for that specifically. With Get Wrecked. They're getting done at the moment because I'm just like, I can't have my actual, because I don't know if you've seen it, but my alerts for stream are actually integrated into my overlay. And especially when I don't have an overlay, because it's, you know, it's just the full camera. It doesn't really work. So I was like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna get something made for this.
Yeah, especially these days, it'd have to be something you'd be able to get organised. If anyone's going to be able to do it,
especially as well, recently I've been playing a lot of, going back to my roots with, because like, basically, one of the things that made me think I could do streaming, in terms of the entertainment side of it, was, I used to play horror games in school. We used to play the likes of, like Slender and...
yes.
All that kind of stuff, and I used to do that in the engineering room.
Nice.
So... Oh, I just dropped through. Great, nice. So I turned around and was like, yo, I'll start doing my horror games again. And I started doing that. And because of that, with the reaction and the just chatting and all that kind of stuff, that's always full cam. I'm like, right, okay, so pretty much I can have multiple alert boxes going at any given time. I just need to set them up. So I'm like, right, okay, well I can get it so that works. And have them all, like, you know, bouncing off each other and this, that, and the other. And that's definitely something that I am very wanting to lean into, because it's not just games, like, especially at the moment, I don't know if it's because of lockdown or whatnot, but like, there's been games have kind of, like, as much as they've helped people as well, it's kind of like highlighted what's like wrong with games. While we've all been in lockdown, it's been like all we've done. And I feel like, hold on, let me just drop a bubble here and go bop bop boop bop boop. Dead. There we go. It's just been a case of I've very much been enjoying just like be myself, be in front of the cam and just goof off with chat. But because of the way my overlay works, like it's been a little more difficult to do in terms of the way I want to do it. So
yeah,
I wanna try and get that working a little bit nicer more than anything.
So I've been told I've got to ask you about the closet story and the window story.
Okay. So yeah, my chat knows these. These are all like teenage stories, by the way. So when I say like like, there's a thing. Everyone's like always coming to stream and like amongst the community saying, "Oh, Katie's a bit nuts." And, you know, like, I'm a little wacky and really energetic and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, like, I'm looking at it from my life perspective of, like, me over the years. And right now, I'm probably the most tame I've ever been.
Yeah.
So, what's it called? Like, back in the day was a very... even more so chaotic than it is now.
Chat's just like, yeah, enjoy these ones. This is interesting.
Yeah, so in terms of the closet story, that was my 16th birthday. I had a couple of my other band buddies over, as well as the guy that I used to bunk off to play Halo with.
Nice.
So we were all just at mine. We all got shit-faced on my birthday. We all brought, it was a BYOB type situation in mind. Yeah. And basically I turned around and was like, okay, because they left. Like all of my bandmates kind of left like in the morning because like we were all like we all stayed up. And bear in mind, like I'm very much a heavyweight when it comes to drinking. So it takes us a lot to get smashed. Like our casual kind of drink is like drink like 2 crates of beer to yourself, and also like some bottle of spirits or mix of said spirits. And still be like sober at the end of that. So you got to think about how much we actually have to drink to get drunk.
Damn.
And especially at 16, this was like the prime of my drinking, basically. So I turned around and was like, when it was just me and him left, and I was like, oh, have we got anything left over? Because they've all gone. And I want to, I don't want anything lying around. Because I'm gonna have to stock up anyway. So we were like, yeah, I was bad back then. So it was like, we're gonna, what's it called? We're gonna just have everything, and we had a crate, like I think it was like a crate each of Strongbow remaining, as well as Stella.
Oh no! Don't tell me you mixed it.
Yeah, we did snakebite shots of the entire crate each.
Oh no!
Like so there was both of those remaining. Yeah, by the way. Yeah, so we were like, oh, okay, so there's a crate each of those. Let's just snakebite the entire lot. So we did that, and then I got extremely fucked off that. Like I didn't.
Really?
This was my first experience with snake bites, and I was still kind of drunk from the night before. So we did that. And then, what's it called? We kind of just like put Monty Python on and just like absolutely fucking KO'd. Or at least I absolutely KO'd because I hadn't slept at that point.
Well, then he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna put some Monty Python on and just get fucked over.
Yeah.
Fucker. Sneaky little sign.
Absolute fucking vibes.
Love it.
So we did that.
What Monty Python? Just out of curiosity.
It was Holy Grail, my favorite one.
Nice, classic.
But yeah, so we did that, and then I only know because it got told to me and there was evidence afterwards of it happening. But basically, in my mum's, I had a walk-in wardrobe. Like, it was literally built into the wall. It was just literally like a set of doors on the wall that you could just, it was just there. So I got that on. Well, not got that on, but apparently I got out of bed while my mate was talking to me, got into my wardrobe, and like didn't say anything, but just literally he just heard water sounds, seen me squat, and and then just the puddle appeared. And what had happened is I'd walked into my wardrobe thinking it was the bathroom and just peed, and then got back in bed, and then just so
no.
yeah, so that was just kind of that. And the only reason I know it actually happened is because I woke up and the puddle was still there, and I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, yeah, you did this. And I was like, ah.
So how much of your clothes were fucked at that point?
How much what?
How many of your clothes were fucked at that point?
Oh no, my clothes were like hung up. This was like.
Oh right.
I'd apparently just got in and just squatted on the squatted and then just peed, like. So, yeah, fun times. Like, but no, like I didn't even know about it. It's just he told me what happened, and I was like, all right. He said the weirdest bit was just the way that I just like kind of got off, Pete, and like just got in the wardrobe, didn't say anything, and just did it. And I was like,
See, and were you asleep at the time, or were you just that drunk?
No, I'd gone for like a bit of a nap because I was absolutely fucking hammered. So I was like, I'm gonna get a bit of shut eye, and then that happened, like maybe an hour or two after I dozed off. But like this is like the night before, I'd maybe had like 2-3 crates as well. We'd had like Jaeger, done like whiskey, vodka, all this kind of stuff. I think we had a bit of absinthe as well. And like it was all these things were still in my system from the night before. So then the snake bites just kind of finished me off, and that was the result. So.
Emmy coming in with snake bites put one of my mates in hospital. Oh, I can 100% see that.
I have a love-hate relationship with snake bites from back in the day. Like, I can't smell them anymore without going, ooh.
Yeah, that alcohol has that weird effect. Like, certain alcohols just, like, do that for someone. Like, I've got a mate of mine who can't, like, who used to love drinking tequila, gets a whiff of it now and immediately feels sick. Just can't handle it.
I'm the same, but my main one now, the main one that kills me off now is Jack Daniels and any form of whiskey. Because I used to drink a bottle of whiskey pretty much daily back in school. So, yeah, because I used to make so much from selling my cigs and stuff, I was just like, fuck it. Because like that was the thing. Like, if I wanted something, my mum wouldn't get it for me. Like, from about the age of maybe 11 when I first got my paper round, like, I turned around. She turned around and was like, right, okay, you're making your own money now. I'm not paying for anything for you. If you want something, go get it. Like, you got to save up and get it. So that's what kind of started the whole selling cigs situation, because I was like, well, fuck it, it's my money. I'm gonna get hammered with it, like, you know, because ID wasn't so bad back then. Like, they weren't so strict on it, and people here hit me like a bitch. So I was like, right, okay, fuck it. They're not gonna question it. I'm just gonna do it, and yeah. So,
yeah, fair enough. My fiance is a massive fan of JD, so I reckon if she ever had that kind of aversion to JD, she'd be very, very sad.
I was wounded.
I'm not a massive, like, I'm not really a drinker at all, really. Like, I've had bits and pieces of alcohol here and there, but it's been in the most minute of quantities. It's not something I've ever really got myself into. My main vices were food and games and books. And for a very short period of time when I actually had money when I was young,
we need the orb, by the way. I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, is that correct, Carbonet? Awesome.
Yes, we should actually.
Carry on.
But yeah, so Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which. Thank you for getting me back into that, by the way. I definitely haven't spent way more money than I probably should have on more booster packs and whatnot. I saw a deal. I saw a deal for like 36 booster packs of the new Rage of Ra set for like 99 Australian. And I was like, oh no.
I shouldn't, but fuck it, I am.
I'm tempted. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm very tempted. Oh. Because
with, I don't know if you've seen what finishing off my Shadol actually included.
No, I haven't.
Alright, I will send you oh fuck. Oh wait, where did my jump go? Shit.
Oh no. I'm coming to get everybody.
Yeah, no, my double jump just ran out. That was weird.
Happens a lot to me as a hunter.
So my Shadols are mixed with something called Dogmatica, which is a new one.
Right.
Yeah, just grab that and throw it if you can. And the core alone is like 150.
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
Like the core, and then you've got the staple spells on top of that, which are like 60 each, and you run a playset of them. So that alone for like maybe I think it's like just about 10 cards or something like that is pretty crazy. Like, you look at it in that way, and I'm like, holy fuck, that's just like an optional core. It's not even essential to the deck, but for the build that I was going for, which no one else is using, I was like, fuck it, that's... Oh, grab that orb before you come in, by the way. Oh, yes. You legend. Let's go.
Yep. I've played this strike once or twice.
Like, if you don't nuke it in that first one, bring the orb in and just nuke it while it's where it is right now.
Yeah, 100%.
But no, like literally no one else is running that build, because no one's really tried it, but it works too good.
What the?
I'll show you it later, but it's crazy. Oh no!
It just randomly despawned out of my hands. Never had that happen before. Anyway. I watched.
No, they're crazy.
I'm dead. No, but I got a couple of pulls from the Rage of Brass set and like a couple of like Jinzo decks and Jinzo deck cards. I was like, oh, wow, I forgot that was a thing. Holy shit! I should probably
Jinzo's had a lot of support recently, hasn't it? So
yeah. Like I was like, oh man, I might actually play around with this. This would just be a fun deck. This would just be a fun, just like mess around deck to play with. So I was like, yeah, I'll grab a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that, you know, have a bit of fun with it. Yeah, and that Dual Devastator thing. I thought for a second when I saw that.
Good box.
Oh, you're right. I had a look at the cards. I was like, oh, I like this. I like this. This is so good. And I
like,
kind of needed that storage.
Most of like the hand traps and stuff. So when I got that, I was just like, oh, there's some new stuff in here which I've just not got, and it allowed me to see some of the new stuff like Nibiru and all that.
Yeah.
Which I've now got some really nice versions of. I'll show you them in a minute, but they're tasty, absolutely fucking tasty.
Yeah. So I was very, very, very impressed with all of that, and the revamped legendary duelists of Joey, Yugi, and Kaiba. How that's got like modern updates like Whitestone of Ancients and Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon and stuff like that, and it was like, oh, this is. I was like, okay.
Ooh, so here's something that you might like. When I was, I took like a week off the other like maybe 2-3 weeks ago. I was over at a friend's, which I grew up with. It was my vocalist of my old band and the guy that I used to bunk off playing Halo with.
Yeah.
And we were and they had some Yu-Gi-Ohs with them. Like it wasn't anything crazy, but like they had stuff and they were using like really like basic builds, like literally running like a copy of a structure deck and stuff like that. But then some of them had like little bits lying around here and there, and I was like, yo, you could do this, and because like my deck building brain kicked in big time, and I was like, fuck it, I'm going full on deck doctor with you guys. And so I built a pendulum deck. One of my mates, like a full on Odd Eyes deck for the vocalist, and then for my other mate, who was the Halo dude, he was using a Dark Magician deck with some of the new support in. And I turned around and went, like, I proper refined it down, and then he was like, oh, it's still, like, it's good, but it's missing something. And I turned around and went, why not just mix it with Blue Eyes? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, literally running an entire deck based around Dark Magician, throw in the Spellcaster tuners, which will allow you to, 1, synchro, and 2, get Blue Eyes out consistently. And then just throw a copy of 3 Blue Eyes in there. And just literally that. And it actually functions so disgustingly. It's not even funny. Like, it's not stupidly competitive, but it's still, it's nasty once it gets off, because you just like, oh, I can't even explain how much fun it was to use, because it was just, go off first turn, target your own maiden to bring out Blue Eyes, and literally first turn Blue Eyes, and then you'd go into Azure Eyes, you'd keep it protected using hand traps, and then second turn get Blue Eyes out, you bring out what was it? I think you'd play something to bring either Sage or Maiden out, and then you just go, right, okay, well, there you go with that. Target that with Magical Dimension, which brings out 1 Blue Eyes from your deck, and then fucking, so you've got 2 Blue Eyes on board, Azure Eyes, as well as another Maiden, so you can go into another Synchro. and then get Dark Magician out as well with Magical Dimension. So you sat there just like, fuck. So you can be sat there like maybe turn 1, potential turn 2 of just sitting there with all those on board, and it's just crazy. We're just sat there like, what the fuck? Like, you can do this with, it's pretty basic deck. It's just like, like, because their minds were blown. Like, I was using their decks and like messing around with like certain aspects of the build and refining it down and that.
Yeah.
And turned around and was like, yo, you could actually make these like silly. And like, they're like, how? And then so like, they'd look at their opening hand and be like, you can't do anything with that. It's a dead hand. And I was like, no, actually, it's not. And then like I showed, like literally just say, pass your hand. And then so I just literally like taught them like the way decks work nowadays in terms of chain and shit, and like, you know, chain links and all this type of stuff, and going off on crazy summons, especially now that links aren't restrictive anymore.
Yeah.
Because when links first came out and they started shutting down how much you could summon from the extra deck, yeah, it was probably needed, especially with how fast the game got. But now they've just completely reverted that. So you can do as many special summons as possible. And then links are just, you know, their extra own entity on top of that. But what's it called? Ow. I was showing them all that kind of stuff, and they were just like, how the fuck does your brain function like that? I'm like, if you use enough decks, you don't have to use a specific deck to figure out how they work. Like, you can just, you know, figure it out just by looking at a certain cup, like maybe 2 or 3 cards from the main core, and you figured out the loop. That's it. Like,
yeah, I've been out of practice with it for so long. Like, I have not seen anything about how links work at all, because I've been out of it for that long. I literally only played when I was in like primary school, very early high school. So I've just been out of it so long that I'm like, I need to reteach myself. Like, I can recognize, most of the time I can recognize when a card is a good card. I'm like, oh, this work interestingly, you know, but I have to get back into it again, honestly. Like, but I did have an interesting idea, because I've seen a lot of people come out of the woodworks lately in the streaming community with Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like, how awesome would that be to have like a streamed kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament or something like that, where we just
I would love that. I've actually been like, my chat's been asking for like you know, like members of the community that actually do play Yu-Gi-Oh! To like, you know, come on stream, use their decks and this, that, and the other, and have like actual duels and stuff. Like, people have been asking me for that. Which I very much do want to do. It's just figuring out how
that works.
You'd go about actually doing that. It is something I want to do, because I very much miss dueling.
I'd love to get back into it. I definitely would, but yeah, trying to find a way to do that is just nuts. I mean, down here, where I am, COVID basically hasn't been a thing since about, I'd say about April of last year. we've been insanely lucky with how my states handle it. Like, we've had maybe 2 COVID cases that have shown up in the last 8 months.
I don't know, ours is on the fucking rise again.
Oh, I've noticed.
Apparently, anyway.
But yeah, we've just been insanely lucky with it. So we've had no restrictions, pretty much, like none. Yeah, everything's just still normal life. Which means that, you know, certain things like Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments can be a thing, but I'd love to just be playing with people in the community and people in other people's communities and stuff like that, and streamers, you know, like yourself, who could probably sit down and teach me how to deck build again, and how to just like, it's like, really
I'm down for that.
Yeah, but yeah, like trying to figure out like multi-camera setups and stuff like that has to be a thing. Just trying to like get the face and then get the.
They're pretty simple to set up, actually. Specifically with multicams. I mean, I can easily show you that. That's not really much of a biggie. Oh, this guy's doing exactly what I'm thinking of doing. Nice. But no, deck building's like something that I very much enjoy.
I'll have to send you a list of like the copious amounts of cards I found because I had quite a lot, not quite a lot, but I still had a fair amount's worth, and then lost them, and then got them back again. But I'm actually I just got back the backlog of stuff I had, and not the two actual main decks I built out of it: a Monarch, Mega Monarch deck, and a Magician Girls deck. Magician Girl and Dark Magician deck that I had.
Is that like the Magician Girl chocolate and all that, is it? Or
yeah.
Or is that just Dark Magician Girl?
No, like Chocolate Magician Girl and Lemon Magician Girl and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I ran that a few times against people where I had, what did I have sitting there? I had like just a basic, a couple of Dark Magicians and whatnot, sitting in the deck and like, and in my hands, and I'll chuck out Lemon Magician Girl in attack position. I was like, oh, that's a weak monster, I'm going to attack it. Got no other spell or track cards on the field. They're like, oh yeah, it's pretty safe. He's obviously just chucked it out there to save himself. Aha! No, Dark Magician out the field. Wipe out your bloody attack points, you're dead. See you later, you know? It's just one of those, like, if they don't know what's coming, it's like, ooh, that's fun. So yeah, it was fun playing around with that for a while. And getting a Monarch deck off and running, shutting down extra deck play was just that was just fun. That was just really fun.
But no, yeah, I love it.
Window story. We've covered the closet story, so window story.
Oh,
yes, I forgot about that.
Right, okay. Okay, so this was another story from my mum's. This was a case of I was having like a bit of a party in mine. It wasn't meant to be a party, but it just ended up being one. I invited like 2 people over, and it descended the chaos because my parents were away. And basically, my room was the top room at the back of the house. That guy's name's a little fishy. Oh boy. And basically, I had one of those. Just for context, this will come in important later. I had one of those windows that opens outwards. Just like it's basically like the wall just comes away.
Right.
So we were all getting smashed. We're all drinking this kind of stuff. And one of my mates, basically, it was like a ritual amongst my friend group to basically do our own version of like Jackass / the pain game type thing. It was it led to some pretty funny events happening during the years. And essentially what happened was so we're all just there chilling, and then one of my buddies realized that the window opened the way that it did. And we were all absolutely fucking shit-faced. You know how it goes. And he turned around and noticed like someone brought in my sister's rocking horse, like a little wooden one.
Right.
And they brought it in, and we're like, "Oh my god, the window does that!" And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Jackass." And I was like, "What do you mean, jackass?" And they were like, "The window opens, and you have a trampoline at the bottom." I was like, "Oh no."
No.
And they were like, "Oh yeah." And then they were like, "Oh, fucking jackass, let's go." Because that was it. Once someone invoked jackass for our version, it was like, you have to do it.
Like the whole
and there was
thing,
no saying otherwise. No matter if you were sober, you still had to do what you were getting challenged. Because it was just the right of jackass. So we decided that I had to do it. And basically they just opened the window. I had the rocking horse between my legs and just kind of went for it. Straight out the window, landed on the trampoline. I did my fucking ankles in. But it was fun. Like, someone got a video of it. I don't know where that video ended up going. But it was essentially like they were stood at the bottom. And literally all you see is just me go out the window. And then it was like something out of a fucking cartoon, essentially. Like, you just seen me go out and just kind of go onto the rocking horse. It was like a full-on Peter Pan moment. Of like looking like you could fly type shit, and then just drop onto the trampoline, and then just like this one huge bounce, like I compress into the rocking horse, and then just like just bounce back up and then land, and then just everything hurt. Everything fucking hurt, and I was like, no.
Oh, bugger. Oh man, that just. Oh man, that throws me straight back to childhood. I just like all the stupid shit that I used to get up to and stuff. Like in high school, a couple of members of my class tried to do their own versions of Jackass in school for a school video project, which worked out exactly as well as you'd think it would. There was a they randomly started jumping off of school roofs with like pens in their hand. And like pretending to stab each other with the pens for some reason, and then there was like one of them apparently pretended to just have a funeral for someone else who was part of their little cast, and then they all kind of just peed on the grave. It was really weird and just stupid stuff that kids would get up to. But have you heard of the silly salmon phenomenon?
Silly salmon, no?
Yeah, so there was this thing. I'm not sure if it was started by a group of Australian guys. I feel like it was, but there's this group of guys who, whenever they were near, didn't matter if it was near a body of water. It usually was, but if it was a body of water, or if it was anything like a bush or something like that, or a table with food on it that people were currently eating out of, if one of the blokes said silly salmon, they would have to jump and like hold their legs and arms like to their body and just kind of like flop around like a salmon does through the air.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah,
I've seen that. Yeah.
It was pretty much that. It was that was funny though, some of the stuff that we used to do.
Like, see, that wasn't too big over here, but I always seen it on the internet. Like, I remember it being a big thing for a while. But it never actually like happened like IRL over here.
Yeah.
But now I remember seeing that, I'm just like, what the fuck is this? One that I do remember quite fondly, actually. Oh, now that I'm talking about it, it just completely fucking slipped my mind. Which one was it? Oh, there was, right, so we had the VIX challenge, which was basically like, when we were in school, we'd do shit like, you know the vapor rub stuff.
Yeah, VIX, yeah.
We'd have that, and you'd put. Have you ever put that shit on your cheeks? Like your face cheeks.
I was gonna say, like, which cheeks are we talking here?
Like directly under your eyes type thing. Well,
no.
Think about the fumes that thing makes. So we used to do shit like that. So it was just like if someone came in with a tub of Vicks, that was it. That was game over. Like everyone in the class, you had to pass it around. Everyone had to just put like one swab of fucking Vicks under their eyes, and you just watch them just like cry the fucking eyes out. Like it wasn't so much crying; it was just the fumes off. It would just So you had that. You had like if there was a belt sander nearby, or like one of the sanding machines, because we had a DT thing, so we were all in engineering and stuff, and these all had these machines in. You'd have to sand like the end of your finger off or something like that, which was it was silly. You had stuff like well, our school was infamous for this one as a whole, which was the bin kick. It was known for it, where basically you had the bins, like
Right.
you know what school bins look like the
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
it's like cylindrical, but it's got a flat top. So what you do is someone would stand on that, and then you just run over and drop kick the bin from under them.
yeah. Oh, fuck.
That was amazing. But that was an infamous one
Uh,
from my school. You also had what else was there? There was like the shower slash changing room towel whippings and
yeah,
wrestling.
yeah.
That was a thing. You had what else was there?
Did you ever chuck a short person into a wheelie bin
Oh,
and then just wheel them around?
ours wasn't specifically short people, like because we discovered very quickly that tall people struggle getting out of those just as much as big people.
Right.
As little people, sorry, because it's harder for them to decompress.
Yeah.
So if you put them in, because they've got the long legs and the long torso, they're basically jammed in there.
Yeah.
Short people just can't get out. But long people get trapped. Essentially, they get wedged in there. So that's a thing. But yeah, so that I remember that. What else was there? There was obviously the Rick Roll came out back then as well. So
Yes. Did
you'd
that
like
many
do that. And
times.
same with like Blue Waffle and all that. We'd do stuff like when a teacher went out the room, we'd put like hentai on the screen and stuff like that, and let them walk back in, and that'd be playing.
Oh, someone once at my school hacked the hacked, but like hacked the school announcement like TV screens and stuff like that to show. I think it was just like regular porn or some shit for like 4 hours. Because I couldn't fix it because he changed the Wi-Fi password or something to the computers and just to the TVs, and so that the teachers had no idea, and they're like, shit, just turning everything off and just go around. Oh, fuck, that was funny. That was brilliant.
Well, see, I think our most infamous one was the Boku no Pico in the music department.
Oh yeah.
That was fucking gold. Because we had it on for ages, and they're like the IT techs all had to come down and turn it all off.
Yeah.
Because I remember the music teacher coming in and was just like, "What the fuck is this?" And just like look at it. And you've never seen Boku no Pico, literally just watch the first 30 seconds, and it gives you a good insight as to how that's gonna go. What else was there? Oh, I'm trying to think. There's so much shit that went on when I was in school.
My dad.
Actually, I told this one when I was showing them round. Do you remember I was telling you about when I was showing them round?
Yeah.
Where I grew up in my teens.
Yep.
When I was at school, I actually told them about this. So if you were in this stream, you guys will know about this. But there was something called the hot banana, which we like made up during sixth form.
Right.
Which was, we had me and the other nerds that had been bullied for years for playing Yu-Gi-Oh and all this kind of shit and D&D and all that. So we were like, okay, we need something to deter like the chavs and like the ones that are like all sporty and keep picking on us and this kind of stuff. So we were like, fuck it. Well, what are we gonna do? So there was a something that we did was there was a microwave in the common room. And basically, once this was used, you'd have to go and get another one. But essentially, what it was at all times there was always a banana in the microwave, always preheated, like ready to rumble as soon as like a certain time had passed, and you check on it, make sure it was still piping hot. But essentially what would happen is when someone would come in trying to start shit or be an asshole or try and just generally disrupt the vibe of us hanging out in the common room, who were the nerds, because obviously that's where we hung out, basically, if someone started being a knobhead, the best way to deter them was to get the hot banana. Now, the way it functioned was it was a couple of things. You would grab with your sleeve over your hand, grab it out of the microwave, and launch it at said person. Right, and one of a few things would happen. Right, one of a few things would happen. It would be either A, it would smack them and still remain solid, so it would hurt. It'd be like getting a brick thrown at you. It would either B, explode, and they'd end up with, you know, 1, the initial impact, and 2, the skin bursting apart, and then the piping hot insides of banana going all over them, which would in turn burn them. Or C, they would go to catch it and burn their hand because of how hot it was.
Right.
And then you could tackle them or fucking give them a beat down while they were doing that, or you could scamper. But it was just the best way of deterring, because you think about it, right? If you've got this fucking banana that just comes out of a microwave launched at you, your instant reaction isn't to, you know, it isn't to process what's going on. It's to be like, wait, what the fuck? And then in that moment of confusion,
Oh, fuck me.
you've got them.
That's just the most random fucking just, let's microwave a hot banana and slap someone in the face. It's just such a random thing.
Worst bit was when someone was shit aim and miss, so usually like there'd be times if someone had shit aim and they were the only one like nearby, you'd have to what's it called? You'd have to microwave a couple at a time. Just so, because like if they miss, then you're fucked. But yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. What was the thought process for that? It's like, let's see what happens when we microwave a hot banana. Or just, you know, just
we
just
used to microwave everything, and then all of a sudden that just became a thing.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's bloody brilliant. Oh, I never did anything like close to that in terms of, you know, microwaving bananas or anything like that. But I think the closest that anyone I knew came to something like that was my dad is a very, let's just say, physically impressive specimen. He's very large, very muscular. An Australian saying would be he's built like a brick shithouse. He is.
Oh, I've heard that saying before.
Yeah. And one of his mates went to a different school, but as an aside story, my dad actually, back when he was in high school and used to get hit by the cane a lot because he used to act up quite a lot. He, we're still missing a pulse. Crap. I'm going back.
If it says we've got 0, what the fuck?
That's weird. I wonder if it's glitched out again. Anyway, so my dad had a very short vice principal, who was like half his size, because he was very, very tall. He shut up quite early. So on the second story classroom that he was in, the vice principal threatened to give him the cane, so he picked him up by the scruff of his neck and hung him out the window.
Oh, Poggers.
Yeah, no. He was like, no, fuck you. I'm not going to do that. And the vice principal, funnily enough, never bothered him again after that. Never found out why, though. But one of Dad's mates ended up, during the school holidays, like the first day of the school holidays, when the teachers weren't at the school anymore, staff were gone, got a massive, like, couple of sacks full of just offal, and spread it all throughout the, like, ceiling and attic of the school, so that 3 months later, after the height of the summer, like, just fucking 30, 40 degrees Celsius heat constantly.
Yeah.
They shut down the school for a couple of weeks.
Oh, bloody hell.
They had to. It was a health hazard. It was so bad. They would, like, launched a full-on police investigation trying to figure out what the hell had gone on, and yeah. So that's
actually, speaking of getting school shut down, do you remember? Actually, no, you won't remember. Right, okay, so there was a couple of things which happened around the same time, right? Okay, so this was when weather went absolutely fucking crazy in the UK for a while. But also it just so happened to line up with a couple of other things which led to what happened, which was one, we had the VIX outbreak thing that I was telling you about with the eyes. So we were all doing that and getting sent home from that. Then the next day or next week or so that followed that, because that was a recurring thing. They couldn't get on top of us because it was always someone showing up with some, like it was like a thing. It was like, oh, we can get home from this. So we were just doing that constantly, even if it was fucking us up. Like it was still funny. So, because like you just walk into a classroom and everyone just be in tears, and it's like, what's up? It's like, fix. And,
Yeah.
it was that, and then basically what we had was there was a couple of weather phenomenons that kind of happened, and so basically what happened was there was a burst pipe nearby. From essentially what had happened was it had got absolutely freezing. Everywhere had snowed over and froze over and all this kind of stuff. So outside you weren't allowed to, right? Because it was that slippy. So someone would have a health hazard, this, that, and the other. And then like a couple of days later, suddenly we had like the biggest heat wave the UK had seen up until that point. So it was like really fucking weird. And because of the way that the ice functioned, it burst a water pipe. Which means that the school had limited water and it was like on reserves. So basically what we did was all the students turned all the taps on, flushed toilets constantly, all this kind of stuff to make it so that we had no water.
Yeah.
And bear in mind how hot it was, right? So also in the UK, we're not used to hot weather to that extent, especially. Like it's usually just grey over here. So we basically got rid of all the water while it was like 30, 40 degrees pretty much. So we're all dying, pretty much is the best way of putting it. And we all got sent home from it, and it was nuts because literally we shut the school down. But also during this as well, there was the lunar eclipse that happened, or the is it a lunar eclipse when it's in the day? Or no, I can't remember.
No, it'd be a solar eclipse, because lunar eclipse would be
solar eclipse.
You get like that blood red moon kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, either way, we had a solar eclipse then, and I remember being in IT when it was happening, because we all went outside. We were given these sunglasses, but we were told, don't look directly at it. So everyone decided to leave their glasses off because this was finally this was the last straw basically that got us sent back, like shut down for a couple of weeks. Was they said don't look directly at it, and us being the idiots that we were decided we're gonna take the glasses off and look directly at it because it's funny. And yeah, so all of those things in the space of maybe like a week and a half, just like it shut the school down for a little bit. It's pretty great.
Oh, that would have been it. Emily has joined the chat. She's here. Emily Megan.
Hoggers!
Woo!
Hi, wife.
Yes, I feel like I need to be hired as the matchmaker of the Destiny/streaming community because I've set you two up, and it's pretty good work.
Actually, now you bring that up, that's something that I've actually been so happy to see amongst the community. Specifically, one relationship that I remember kind of starting, not directly, but I remember playing with, like when I first jumped over to PC, I started playing with Mal Nightingale. And the same with Sentinel Grey, and I played with them on 2 separate occasions, and when those two would be fucking cool, like I reckon these two would click, like be really close. So I did a raid night and just like kind of put them in together. It was me, Sentinel Grey, Mal, Pyro, Laker, and someone else.
Yeah.
I think it was Scotsman. It was one of the first times I'd jump on PC because I'd only just moved over. And basically, we got them on. They play. Oh, I fucking love this strike. What's it called? And then we got them together. They were talking, and then we'd come offline, and then like later on, we'd see that like when I'm playing on my own, I'd see them playing together and all this kind of stuff.
Aww.
And then like couple of weeks or months later, they came over and were like, "Oh yeah, we're a thing." And I was like, "Fucking yes, let's go!" You like, and it's just cute seeing them now because I'm like, "Oh, knew it."
I love stuff like that in the community. It's just kind of like seeing that kind of stuff happen. It's nice, you know. Like even if it's not even if it's not relationships, even if it's just good friendships. Like you and Emily, for example, you guys are freaking amazing, and it's been a joy to get to know you both. Emily is fucking hysterical to raid with. She is one of the funniest people to raid with I've ever had. It's just been absolutely hilarious. The way that she will just randomly be like, "Oh, just really nice to it," and then just start swearing her ass off the moment something goes wrong.
I love it. She actually lives not far from me now.
Yeah, I saw that actually. I saw that you guys were talking about it. I was like, that's so cool.
Yeah, like as soon as lockdown fucks off, like we're gonna be hanging out. But no, there's it was funny because she was too like when I first got her on PC because she wasn't a PC player before. So this is Emily, by the way. She wasn't on PC, and I was like, "Fuck it, get on PC," and she was like debating it, this, that, and the other. And I was like, "Just get on, come on, like I want to play with you." And then so we got her on, but because of her art and stuff, she couldn't really. She was still like really low level because she hadn't played much, and I was like, "Oh, well, have you done Deep Stone yet?" And she was like, "No." So then we looked at her power level and we're like, "Oh no, hell no, you haven't." So we were like, "Okay, what we want to do is we want to do essentially protect the queen."
Were you in that group?
That you can't really do anything. Yeah.
Oh, she told us about that.
We can't really teach you it because you won't be able to pull the mechanics off. But what we'll do is literally, if you hang around with us or sit or find somewhere comfy, we will literally just get you a clear just so you can get some loot from it to try and boost that power up. And so we went into the raid and literally just kept her alive. While like we basically like 3 or 4 man the actual raid, while 2 or 3 people would basically protect Emily with like bubbles, wells, orb walls in front of her, all that kind of stuff, and it was so much fun.
She was telling us all about it on the Ladies Night stream. Like, yeah, this is the move we call Protect the Queen. I'm gonna sit at the back here and not do anything where you guys take care of the ads. So I'm like, yeah.
Like, cause we were gonna teach her, but then we seen the power level and we're like, oh, okay, yeah. When you said you don't have time to play, we get it. Okay, that's fine. What we'll do though is just to try and 1, power you up, and 2, just do something.
Oh yeah.
We'll do this, and it's a lot. It was a lot of fun. I love it to bits.
Yeah. So this is exactly why I love being able to do these like interviews and whatnot. Being able to sit down and just chill, vibe, you know, get to know people and get to play with them and just like, fuck, I've met some awesome people. Like people who I never would have thought would have even responded to me in the first place, which has been the biggest thing about the Destiny community that I've found is like we're all just like really just nice, kind, humble, like chill people, and it's fucking amazing. But you know, like chatting with awesome artists like Emily and like Brian Munkus and Pesty, you know, all these amazing people, and then other creators within the community like Sin's an awesome bloke. Yourself, you know, like just so many people like Pigeon. I haven't played Pigeon yet, but he's just.
Oh, it's funny because me and Pigeon actually come from like a very similar, like we started streaming at basically around the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I remember me and Paige being like right next to each other in the directory like every stream for like
Nice.
maybe a year, which was it was great. It was great. I love Paige.
Which is hilarious. God, he's funny.
There was a
I've
couple
got
of
someone
others
at
actually
work.
that were around that kind of. Who else was there? There was me, Paige, Gray was one.
Yeah.
Who else was it? There was a few. I'm trying to think off the top of my head who was around there, because we all used to play together, you see, but they've just kind of like either stopped or not done much with it.
Yeah.
Or they've just not like figured out what works for them yet. But there was a lot of us that used to like play together all the time. We were always like, this was around the time when we were all on like average between like 5 to 10 pretty much, essentially.
Yeah.
Like I've never really looked at stats, but that was just kind of where we sat, because I remember like when I'd end stream and stuff, like I'd always be like, oh, I'm gonna send you guys over there, there you go.
Yeah, I get that.
So we were always like mixing our lots together. It's crazy to see like the different paths we've all taken since. Let's just go up.
Ooh, Evelyn. Interesting question coming in from Evelyn tonight. With every community comes its toxicity. What's your take on the worst you've seen in the Destiny community?
In specifically the Destiny community?
Yeah.
I don't know really, because I don't really interact with that side of things. I'd say it's... what would be the best way of explaining this? Because my main gripe isn't with specifically the Destiny community, because, you know, there's a lot of stuff which really, you know, I've been sat there and like you kind of get like, specifically with me, this has been something that I've kind of gone through, is I was always like, you know, absolute Bungie shrill, like, oh, Activision this, Activision that, and then like, you know, Bungie can't do fucking wrong type of thing.
Yeah.
And there was always a couple of like creators, like for example, best example I can give of this specific thing happening was there was DSR Joker. Wait, is it DSR or is it? I don't know what it is. I just know him as Joker.
Right.
But infamous for having like what would have been considered in quotes fucking what was it? Hot takes on Destiny stuff.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people always going, oh, you're toxic, this, that, and the other. And then, like, over time, like, over kind of realizing the state of Destiny and the way the game's going and this, that, and the other, I kind of realized, oh, shit, you know, he's actually fucking speaking shit. And I've actually interacted with him quite a lot now, which is nuts because, you know, I was like, this guy's fucking cool. But that, I'd say, is what most people would consider toxic, but it's just, you know, it's just a case of being sick of the way things are going more so than anything. I love them to bits, but there are a lot of folks that say like that's kind of the wrong stance to have on it, but at the same time, like when I'm listening to him, I'm like, yo, this guy's speaking sense. Like what's so bad about it? And it's like, oh, because it's shitting on Bungie. It's like, no, just wants Bungie to do better, and that's like what we all bloody want at this point.
Oh yeah.
But in terms of like toxicity, full stop, because this is more than anything. There's a lot of like sides, like when the BLM movement was going on, and also when Bungie was like pushing Pride and everything like that. A lot. I noticed a lot of Twitter and other places and Reddit. Oh, Reddit's a fucking toxic place. But what's it called? The I seen a lot of people going like, oh, can you just shut up about this? Can you shut up about that? Can you, you know, fucking this, that, and the other? And then you've got like, when I was doing specifically the body positivity thing, there was people going into like other content creators chats and being like, oh, Obkatiekat, fucking this, that, and the other, and you know, why do people need to, you know, like why do people do like fucking show off on Twitter, this, that, and the other? And I'm like, you just don't get what I'm trying to do here, like.
Yeah.
And there's a lot like that's more what I see, but that's not specifically the Destiny directory. That's just online in general.
Yeah.
And just people. So, but yeah, people were mad about like the Pride banners and the Black Lives Matter banners and all this kind of shit, and it was like, why are you mad about that? Like,
yeah.
But like that was not just specifically a Destiny thing. That was like, yeah, it was like kind of all over the place.
Yeah,
but in terms of the Destiny community, I don't know, because everyone at the moment seems to be in the right kind of agreement that, you know, that it needs to be better type of thing.
Yeah.
But then like you've also got the toxic positive type of side of it, which is also, oh, Bungie can't do anything fucking wrong. You know, if you think there's anything wrong with the game, then fuck you and your opinion, and you're just a negative piece of shit. And I'm just sat there like, whoa, yo, excuse me, like, chill the fuck out. There's a reason we're all pissed off, and just defending them and saying there is no fucking wrong is not going to help the situation whatsoever. So, you know, that's just kind of how that's been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I reckon. Yeah, you've hit the nail right on the head. Like, there's nothing wrong with being upset, with being, you know, like being in a state where you want.
It starts
things
getting
to be
bad
better.
when they start like death threaten.
Oh god,
and stuff. That's where the line absolutely is way fucking overstepped.
Like some of the stuff that
like
DMG's posted about, like that he's received, just poor. It's just it's insane. He can't do a damn thing about it. Like, he passes on the feedback, that's it. But B, like, that, what, why? Like, I understand you might get frustrated with the game or something, but why are you attacking it? It's not, just because the game might not be performing well, or you don't like something about it, that isn't, it's not like it's a personal attack against you. So,
a lot of people don't seem to get that, though, which is...
There's not that
really
separation.
Weird. I don't get it.
Yeah, but I reckon, yeah, like, just whenever something, like, yeah, people get tired with the state of Destiny, something broken enters the game, or when we had the whole Black Lives Matter and Pride focuses, the level of toxicity, people showing their true colors came out in force, and it was just so disappointing. It's like, no, we're better than this. And that's the thing, like, anytime something like this comes up in the community, we have half the community going, this is bullshit, they need to change this, you know, and the other half going, come on, do better. Well, just, it always seems to be in this constant flux of just, you know, things are okay for a month or two, and then, something else happens, and it gets tiring after a while.
Like a lot of people seem to forget a lot of the time that it's not hard to be a fucking decent person. Like,
it's not. It's literally not. People don't want to expend the energy.
Especially when people are frustrated with the game, like a lot of people like seem to take it as like a personal attack either against them, or they let their frustration out on personally attacking people rather than using rather than using like
yeah, exactly,
feedback. Or like genuinely like putting it across in not a way that's like, I'm gonna fucking end you, and like, you know, you're just kind of like, oh Jesus Christ, fucking hell. There's I am throwing big time here, yikes.
Oh, question that hasn't been asked yet though is who is your ultimate Destiny waifu?
Ultimate Destiny waifu.
Yes. What Destiny character is your bae?
That is actually a really tough question. Actually, now you bring that up. Hmm. Don't know, you know.
For me, it switches between the Exo Stranger and Marasov. Although I kind of have to lean towards Marasov for a few reasons, but the biggest one being my daughter's named Elsie, and I can't really say a character named Elsie is babe for me because that's just weird. No relation at all, but still weird.
I'd say, I don't know, you know. Elsie is close.
Especially after reading her lore. Holy fuck, what a lore book.
But in terms of phase, like, that is a really tough question. Actually, now you've present me with that.
Asking all the important questions here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Give me a second. I've really got to think about this one. I'm extremely picky, so.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough. While she's thinking of this, Emily, do you have any questions for Katie while we're here?
Oh, it's actually nuts. Like I consider like Emily one of my closest friends now. Like it's nuts.
Aww, that's nice. I'm glad.
Alright, bubble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeet. Wait, what is that? It? Oh. Okay, there goes my There goes my heavy ammo. Nice.
Emily's like, all I want to say is Katie is amazing and I love her. Favorite? While you're thinking about that too, we'll go with favorite exotic armor piece and favorite exotic weapon.
Okay, so Helmsing 14 and Galahorn.
Right, that was quick.
Yep. No,
so
they have remained unchanged.
Nice. Nice. Yep.
Galahorn 1 because of the main story of how Galahorn was made and what it represents, and that's why I want it back in the fucking game. Not specifically to use, but just like, you know, why not just melt down a Galahorn and turn it into an arm piece? Like why if we're not gonna have Galahorns back, do something like that because
oh my god, like, wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck yeah.
Why is that not done?
Oh, a Galahorn inspired like chest piece. And it just buffs rocket launches in some way and works perfectly with us to my. Oh fuck! Now you've got me. You fucked me up right now. Oh.
Like why not have something like an exotic pair of gauntlets or something like that? That when you punch it sticks cluster bombs through them or something like that, and then when you like after a certain number of seconds, those cluster bombs just detonate.
Damn.
Like that, you could do that as passive damage. Like if a melee's next to a boss, you could literally just like, you know, run over to the boss, punch it, move back, shoot Anarchy at it, and then go to double slug. Like
if anyone's good at that kind of design,
for me, it would be a nuts. And then you'd have like, you know, you'd have the barrel of a Galahorn or like on your hand, like the way that Maul's Maulers were, and then have like the rest of the shell of Galahorn as like your like your shoulder pieces and stuff like that, and it'd be sick.
We'd need three separate like Yellowhorn inspired things for the classes. Like, oh fuck, I want that now.
No, it'd just be all 3 classes, but it'd be a set of gauntlets and they all do the same thing. I feel that would be perfect.
Ooh,
just
good.
Just because it'd make it so that it's not an armor piece, but well, it's not a rocket launcher anymore, but it'd at least give you something.
Yeah,
or like turn your melee ability into a mini rocket on your arm.
That's so
something
good.
Like that. That'd be cool as
amazing.
fuck. It'd get rid of your class ability, yeah, but you'd also have a rocket that you can fire every couple of seconds, like just off your arm. Unlimited ammo, just like a little bomb.
Because we've got Devil's Room, we've got Mountaintop, we've got things like Recluse and whatnot.
It
and
literally,
like,
one, it'd replace Mountaintop and mean that it's not abused. And also, you wouldn't have it doing silly damage. Like, it'd just do something. Maybe the debuff. Give it like an Impressive Darkness type debuff type thing.
Yes. Oh.
Like, it'd be nice. It'd be great because it wouldn't stack, for one. And two, you'd be able to coordinate your team so someone could use it.
Mm.
Like, I would absolutely adore that. You know, I'm going to put that on Twitter in a bit and see what...
Please. I need a Gjallarhorn-inspired bloody armor piece. Fuck yeah.
Because if they're not going to bring it back, like, the reason we like Gjallarhorn so much is because of what it is. Like, not so much how it functions, but the memory of it at least. Because the memory of Gjallarhorn is, one, the gun was legendary, but two, the gun was forged of Twilight Guardian armor that fell. Like... that in itself, the memory of a memory, is just, yeah, like, why is that not a thing? Like, oh, just it not being there infuriates me.
I actually want to see more of like exotic stuff.
Helmet Saint 14 was my first exotic armor piece to ever drop.
Ah, nice.
And like from there, I'd always used, like, you know, well, I had a couple of legendary pieces. I had mainly blue armor. There was a couple of greens in, because that was back then. And I remember getting it. Now, I was always a Titan main, and I played on Defender. I adored Bubble. But then, when I got that helmet, it just kind of cemented me being a Bubble Titan. Like, you can say I'm still doing it now. Like I was wearing Helmet Saint 14 until just a couple of seconds ago because I wanted Lion Rampants on, and because I was dying, I put the gauntlets, the new ones on. But Helmet Saint 14 does, like, pretty much, like, hardly ever leaves my Titan. It's such a staple, and when we found Saint 14's grave, I cried like a bitch. And then when we rescued him during Corridors of Time, when I was sat there with, like, Glad and all that, I remember it all happening.
Oh, God,
and I was in voice call with them, and they fucking told me to shut up because I was fangirling like a bitch. When it was, like, you know, Saints coming back to our time and all this shit, and I was just there like, oh my fucking God. And then, like, learning about Saint, and it's just like, it's what it means to be a Titan is what Saint represents. Like, you know, protect the people. Like, that's why I'm a Sherpa, like, to the extent that I am. But then also you've got protect the people, but then also take the fight to the enemy, which is very much what I believe. Like, you know, don't sit back and just cower behind walls. The best way to protect your people is to, one, when you're there, do it, but sure, but, like, the main thing to do is take the fucking fight to them. Like, the best form of defense is attack. So, like that with the Saint Crusades and all that shit. Oh, it's like, well, like, that's how I played anyway. But seeing that embodied in Saint was just, like, kind of, it's cemented being a Titan main for me, like 100%.
It's actually funny that you mentioned that. My next video coming out will be on Saint 14 and Osiris' love story, as much as we know about it. Which would be fucking awesome. I really wanted to do, like, proper voices for them both, but I'm really shit. So I was like, I'm not gonna do that. This is going to offend someone. But it's amazing to kind of just go back and go, okay, there's little bits here, little bits there, and one of the last actual, like, lore pieces we have of them interacting with each other is this such a fucking sweet moment right before Osiris goes out to check on the planets and everything and starts down that whole track of, you know, finding out about the Shigarath and the High Celebrant and all that kind of stuff. But it's just, like, it's
beautiful.
So good. That's the thing, like, I'm a Hunter main, but, like, Saint 14 is one of my favorite fucking characters of all time, and this is where I'm kind of like, one of the greatest stories in Destiny to me is the story of Last Word Thorn and eventually
Lazir and Jaren Ward and all that.
And culminating in Luna. We never get to meet Shinmouth. Are you fucking serious? One of the most prominent fucking characters in Destiny lore's history, and we never get to meet him? Anyway,
like, I can understand them being like, oh, mystery, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, it's like, no.
You got to meet Safe 14! Come on! Shin's still alive! Very clearly still alive, so involved. He's given us Last Word again, the original. He's given us the original Thorn. We crafted Luna because of him. We got Rose back because of him. We've had multiple lore books because of him. All of Season of the Drift. Like, fucking come on. That is the biggest cock tease I think Bungie's ever done. Just...
Oh, absolutely.
Ah, so frustrating for me.
Yeah, it's
I get about as heated talking about that as I do about the fact that Arcstrider Hunters aren't the most fastest class in Destiny. They're just two massive pain points for me. But yeah, when it comes to most other things, I'm generally alright.
Dude, I can tell I haven't played Destiny in like a week. Or at least like more than like a couple of hours in a week. Like, fucking Christ.
I haven't been playing it much.
I know, like, I'm not thinking about what I'm doing, but at the same time, I'm like, yeesh, this is... Oh, boy.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, like, literally, like, this season, I have not done, basically, anything. I did everything for the first couple of weeks. And, you know, like, with Hawkmoon, the mission, and all that kind of stuff, like, soloed it first try, going in blind, all that kind of stuff. But apart from literally that mission, I have not done anything in weeks. Like, you know, the raid, we were 3-manning on, like, week 2. Or, like, yeah, we've done, like, 3-man. I don't know if we did 3-man Flawless. I can't remember if we bothered doing that. But then now that they've patched the oobs, which is fucking infuriating, I mean, I can understand why it's done, but at the same time, like, that's just completely shut that raid out from doing 2-mans and makes 3-man annoying. But as well, you've got, like, you know, there was that we did, because, like, I don't know if you know, but we got the, me and my team got 5th.
Yeah, I saw that. Massive props to you guys for doing that. It was fucking insane.
Oh, thanks. But yeah, so that was a thing. We did Season Pass. We did, you know, getting all the exotics. We did soloing the Lost Sectors when they came out. We had, you know, all that. But I'm looking at it and I'm like, why in the fuck would I go into Grandmasters now? I know that the new Conqueror and all that's coming out, but I'm looking at that and I'm like, well, I've already got Conqueror. Why in the fuck would I go and do that again? Like,
exactly.
There's a lot of things at the moment that I'm looking at and I'm like, why in fucking any sense of the word in the fuck would I do that? Like, there is nothing to warrant me going out and doing fucking Conqueror all over again just for the sake of, oh yeah, let's do Grandmaster. Like, why do Grandmaster? It's not a fun activity. Like, yeah, sure, it gets you resources and shit like that, but at the end of the day, like, if my armor's getting sunset, why am I gonna fucking masterwork it? Like,
yeah.
Again, our armor masterwork, I'm not fucking going into it because it fucking heats me like fuck. Like, why? And I don't know if you've seen what my armor stats are.
I may have had a look earlier.
Yeah, like, yeah, go on there a sec. You'll see it. That's what we're talking about. It's my armor stats. If I've got to farm them fucking things out again, like, why in the fuck is that getting sunset?
You shouldn't have to sunset armor. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
It's literally just farming for the sake of farming. Like, why? And oh, it drives me fucking nuts to see that, especially after everything that's going on. Like, this has now reached the point where I'm like, okay, I'm sick of this.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, this straight. Let's go. We're getting a lot of like
Earth strikes.
no, like Eastern names. I've noticed.
Oh,
I've noticed,
yes.
like
because you're playing on my servers. I have a lot of
is that what you get all the time?
Not necessarily all the time, but a lot of the time because we're in the oceanic region, which covers a lot of like Japan, Southern Asia,
Ah, that
Indonesia,
makes sense.
a lot of
Okay.
places like that.
Yeah, no, over here, like we never see that.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable, considering.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, I can't remember. I can't remember what. Oh yeah. So yeah. So we've done everything pretty much by like week 3 or 4, maybe 5, and the drip feed is just. Oh no. Like as I said, like if I can't do anything in one sitting, or like in a couple of sittings, you know, if I just want to go, oh, I'm gonna dedicate time to do this. Like if that is drawn out over months or like weeks or something like that, if it's not story, then I lose interest. And the seasonal drip feed is really it's definitely drastically starting to affect me, a lot of my clan, and a lot of, you know, the goons, and that's why we've been going into other stuff, because it's been like everything we've been doing, you kind of sat there and you're like, right, okay, so especially with, you know, there's been the lack of stuff to do, so what we've all been doing is like, you know, like 3-man flawless in, 3-man fucking help. Like I was doing like I was teaching, I don't know if they're in chat, but Tangy and Good Times, I was teaching them how to 3-man the raid.
Yep, but
we got maybe like halfway through, and then I had to go and do we were doing a raid challenge with my clan, and I said, right, okay, so after reset, we'll go and do it. So then reset comes and goes. We'd been playing other games because I was like, you know, oh, I can't bother doing anything on Destiny at the moment, so you know, I'll do it when I'm in the mood for it. But then now, because of the way that the it's been patched, like bear in mind, it's not even them making extra content. This is us making content for ourselves because there's nothing to do. Yeah. And then to go and just go, oh yeah, the orbs are getting patched just because, is like, right, okay, so there's the low man's out the question. So now what in the actual living fuck do you expect us to do? We've all hit pinnacle cap. You know, we've all got the weapons that I get, like we've all got the god rolls anyway, or at least we're as close to the god rolls as we're gonna get, because now we know that the weapons are gonna be sunset by the time they're actually what we're actually farming them for. So there's literally no fucking like point in farming them until the last season before Witch Queen, if that's even how they're gonna continue to do it. So we're sat here and we're like, okay, so what are we doing? Nothing. Okay, right, sweet. So them patching that is, oh no, it's proper infuriated me big time. Like I only realized like when that patch hit, because we went into I wasn't even gonna be on Destiny, but we were doing the Hawk Moon mission. And I did it quick, and then we realized there was a bunch of out of bounds like across the world that was patched, and then we were like, wait, what the fuck? So then we went to Europa and we're like, yo, wait, some of these herbs are patched, and then we got told that some of them from the raid was, so we were like, oh, okay, right, quick raid run. We'll test the raid, we'll test the herbs out if the herbs are patched, because you know, it's only up until not Aatrox, Tanix phase 1. So we were like, right, okay, we'll just do it up to there, see if all the herbs are there. Yeah. And if not, then whatever, because we're not really bothered about the clear.
Good.
You know. And then so we did that, and then every single herb was closed off, and we were like, right, so that takes half of the things we're doing for fun out of the game, right? Nice. Let's. Nice move. Yeah. It's just like, what, like, I can understand why, because it's not intended, and this, that, and the other, but at the end of the day, if that's, like, literally, for that, up until that point, the entire Destiny director on Twitch was, either well, no, it was it was either Grandmasters or specifically soloing Grandmasters, which it still is, because that's the only thing left.
For those who are wondering, the stream will probably be coming going soon. It's like almost 10 past 2 in the morning for me. This will be going up on YouTube as well for those who are wishing to watch it at a later stage. So yeah.
Cougars.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Yeah, so it's still soloing Grandmasters, but like, you know, I can't be asked with Grandmasters again, as I was saying earlier. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, I'm not gonna master with my armor, like I was saying. And also, the whole actual way that Grandmasters play out is just, one, tedious, and two, it's like artificial difficulty, which doesn't feel fun. Like, I can tell you that the most fun I've had in a strike, in terms of how it feels, is week 1 of Beyond Light going in at 1100, at like, I think it was like, what, maybe a couple of days in, we were at maybe 1200, 1210 power, and going into the 1250 Nightfall on the Europa strike. Like, that is the most fun I've had in a strike in a very long time. It wasn't champions, it wasn't this, well, I think there was a couple of champions.
Yeah,
but like,
it wasn't too stressful. It's just that, hey, you're really on level for this.
It's like a couple there. Like, the difficulty, which I like personally, is what it feels like to go into the Hawk Moon mission solo for the first time. Like, that is how difficult things should be.
Activity. Yeah, like having contest mode, effectively just the ability to turn on contest mode for XYZ activity, you know what I mean, like strikes, knuckles, whatever. Being able to turn that on, like, I was able to attend a
contest mode is significantly better than just adding champions for the sake of adding champions.
Hell yeah.
Like, champions are okay every now and again, but when literally the only difference between the normal strike and that is literally just making them stronger, making you weaker, and also adding a shit ton of champions and mobs more aggressive, with adding, like, you know, a couple of like shield modifiers and this, that, and the other for enemies. Like, it doesn't feel nice. Like, I don't know about most people, but that to me, like, I'm looking at that and yeah, I probably could solo GMs and stuff, like, you know, I'm that kind of player, but at the same time, I also sit there and I'm like, why in the fuck would I practice, prep, all this kind of stuff, and why would I care about doing it? Because to me, it doesn't feel good to do, and I'd rather do something that feels good than, you know, anything else. So I'm sat there and I'm like, yeah, no, fuck that, I ain't doing it. Like, I've not touched a Grandmaster this season.
Well,
at all.
Look,
and
it's understandable. Like, it just, there needs to be a change. And honestly, one of the biggest things that community's been crying out for, especially after Deepstone Crypt, is contest mode. Please bring it back. And I know they're working on it. Like, they've outright said it to us. You know, that we are working on bringing that in. As to when they're bringing that in, I have no freaking clue. Like,
so I've spoken about how they could do hard mode raids, because I can't even go into that too much. But basically, I can give my side of this. I'm on NDA, so I can't really say much. But basically, in terms of the way I've suggested it, and I've been saying this for a long time, the D1 loot raid system worked really nicely in terms of the normal raid had something in, including the normal raid armor and some of the loot, like the raid weapons, and then the hard mode had a completely different weapon pool, some specific rolls that could only drop in the hard mode, and had a different armor set. Now, the way that I would say to do this specifically is have a easy mode, which is the initial armor set with the stats and the opportunity for mods and stuff like that, and a couple of the weapons. And don't just throw in fucking willy-nilly this weapon, that weapon. Like, look at what people enjoy using. For example, you know, what would be unique? A rocket with 2 in the chamber. What else would be unique? You know, you've got like Wendigo's not in the fucking sandbox anymore. Get fucking explosive light in there. All that kind of stuff, and then the likes of, you know, recombination, like the perk pool for the raid weapons this season is really nice. The only problem is it shouldn't be just the raid that they're coming from. But with this, you go, right, okay, so what do people like using? Put that in, you know, put like maybe like, you know, rocket, shotgun, auto pulse, something like that in the easy mode raid.
Yeah.
And then in the hard mode, go, instead of doing an armor set, just put universal ornaments, because that's how we use them now. And especially with transmog becoming a thing, you know, you could even just make that an armor set now, and you just go, right, okay, we'll just transmog it into something, you know.
Yeah.
And then have another half of a weapon set, so like hand cannon, sniper, what else could you have? Grenade launcher, and then machine gun. Something like that. And then so that encourages going for the easy mode, and then goes for the hard mode as well, because there's specific roles of certain weapons that you want. The weapon pool is varied across the 2 modes. You've got the 2 armor sets that you can go for. And because transmog's a thing, you know, you're going to be wanting to get that for the look, but you're going to want a full set anyway. But 2, you can get the rolls. 3, you can get the mods from either. I'd say probably mods go in hard mode, actually. And you look at that and you're like, sweet. There you go. That incentivizes doing 1, the easy mode, and 2, the hard mode. And oh, for the love of God. Right. If they were to do it with the hard mode, don't do it the way Prestige mode worked in D2 with Spire Stars and don't do fucking, you know, loadout, lockout, and all that kind of shit. Just do what happened with Prestige Leviathan, where it was encounter is slightly different because the mechanics are slightly different and the enemies hit harder.
Yeah,
that
was good.
All you need to do. You don't need fucking champions. You don't need this, that, and the other. You just need to have a slightly varied version of the mechanic that enables you to work a little bit together more, and also, you know, enemies slightly harder, or maybe that's where contest mode would kick in, because you'd be under level and you'd be doing the hard mechanic, like, you know, because it'd just be so good doing it that way. And
it really would. I have more encounters like A-Tracks, like have something that requires a little bit of skill, a little bit of planning, a little bit of teamwork, you know, like little bit of
A-Tracks is one of my favorite raid encounters of all time.
Fuck yeah, 100% righto. I was very pissed with A-Tracks at first, purely because it took me 16 fucking hours to get through him.
What, really?
I shit you not. Like, I was on the very average end of the raid teams. To be fair,
I think ours took. I think it was like 57 minutes.
No, don't.
It was literally Risk Runner. What else was it? It was Risk Runner, Fallen Guillotine, and I think either Supremacy or Perfect Paradox that I used for that.
See, I was running with a group who played LFG. LFG, whole team, just like a bunch of random people, just go and let's test it out, because I'm apparently a fucking masochist for some fucking reason. So I went through like 10 or so different people that day, because people kept filing in and out, different time zones and everything. I was fucking wrecked, because I got maybe like 4 hours sleep, like broken sleep the night before, and then got up and at like 4 o'clock in the morning because everything that Bungie releases is like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for us, and it sucks. So that was fun. And then spent a good 26 hours in the raid because it took like over 16 hours to get through Atrax because we kept trying different strategies and different people. Spent an hour going out to get Lament when it was finally released, came back, eventually smashed out Atrax, and I've just posted it in general chat in Discord, but we're on Tanix 15 minutes before the 24-hour time was about to go down. That's how fucking close we got to him before he died, before we all got wiped.
Jeez. No, ours was 100% literally. The way we did the raid was, okay, how do we survive? And it was like, right, okay, it's a fallen raid, put on arc barrier, or arc resist, just put 2 of them on your chest piece, and then we start getting shot at in the first encounter, and it was like, right, okay, we're taking damage, we're taking more arc damage than this, like the arc resist is helping a lot, but, you know, we're gonna need more. And then it was like, right, okay, and then someone made the shout of risk runner, so we were like, okay, shit, put that on. So then we just did risk runner for the entire raid, and like,
that would've been good.
we pretty much, we like, we got a few deaths, but we died significantly more before we made that call. And then from there, we did not go down like at all, because we were all above 1230. We all had risk runner on, and we all had arc resist. So it was just like, oh, okay, right, now let's do the encounter. So then it was like literally like, you know, figure out the mechanic and then just do it. And it was no issue whatsoever. And it was pretty much like 50 minutes to an hour and 5 minutes every encounter, and then just like just in, figure out, in, figure out, and then just like, and then literally last encounter we got to the bit where you put the flag down, and we were talking, and then someone popped up in chat, was like, yo, what the fuck, the viewer count shot right up, and fucking Cosmo, I think it was either Cosmo or DMG gifted some subs, and I was like, wait, what the fuck's going on?
Nice.
And then like literally like I turned the viewer account on for a sec, because I don't have it on when I stream, you see.
Yeah.
And I seen we'd like jumped up to like 300-400 or something like that, and I was like, wait, what's going on here? We haven't been raided or anything. Like, okay, you guys are in 3rd. We're like, what do you mean? They're like, oh, there's only 2 other groups in front of you right now, and that was Slayer Age and the ones that won. And we were like, oh shit. And then someone said, like, because we were going for pee breaks and just like vibing out and exploring between encounters as well. So we were just like, what the fuck? How are we? No, you joking, right? And then like everyone in chat with the devs and that were just like, no, you guys are there. And you're like, oh,
Atrax fucked so many people up. Like Atrax was really the barrier for so many people. Fucking hell.
Yeah, no, wait, like, because I remember we finished, and then like, I think Redeem were just finishing Atrax when we finished.
Yeah.
And we were like, what the fuck? Like, it really caught us off guard, because we were just like loading in to go for Lament. I think as they got to Tanix, and we were like, shit.
That's mental. Have you seen Evan's video on Deepstone Crypt?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah,
this is fucking good.
I think we're in that actually.
Yeah, you actually are. Yeah. Honestly, I could sit here talking to you for just fucking ages. You are just one of the most awesome people. And it's just so easy to just vibe with you. Like you get that so easy. So as much as I would love to, I have a feeling my children will be up multiple times throughout tonight, as they usually are, so I'm probably going to go to bed. But it has been absolutely fucking amazing to have you on. Thank you so much for agreeing to this, by the way, like, especially with the internet issues and whatnot. Like, thanks for rescheduling. That was awesome.
No, literally, like, well, 1, thanks for having me, and 2, like, I'm as long as I know like when something's gonna happen, as long as like nothing like, you know, comes up and shit, like I'm usually pretty good to just show up as and when. Like it's a case of, as long as I'm not doing anything, like I'm always down for like whatever. So if you've got anything you want me to jump in on, well gladly do so. More,
yeah, 100%. Like
doing something, especially with the drought at the moment. Like it's pretty good.
Oh, I'm the same. Like if people want to do something, like I'll schedule it in. Like I'll find a way. You know, I'm lucky that my partner's very supportive of the stuff that I do, and she doesn't mind me staying up till like 2:30 in the morning with the kids being asleep. She'll wrangle the kids together. She'll like she's the best. But yeah, no, definitely can have you on at some point again. It's gonna be dope. I want to kind of do some more like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff and
I'm 100% down for Yu-Gi-Oh stuff.
Oh, it's gonna be so good.
100% down.
Oh, we need to vibe out and play something like other than Destiny, just something I don't know what yet. I have no idea what.
Yeah, that's my situation. Like I'm really excited for
so many games.
What's it called? Outriders, is it?
Outriders, yes.
I'm extremely excited for Outriders. I'm gonna be trying that out the moment that comes out.
That Final Fantasy 16, because I really enjoyed Final Fantasy 15. That's the first Final Fantasy I've ever played. Fucking loved it. So I was like, yep, 16. God of War Ragnarok. I will be fucking chomping at the bit with the world's largest fucking hard on, ready to go. I will I fucking love the God of War games, and God of War 2018 was just the best game. It was just so
Haven't
good.
Played it yet?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
okay.
chat's been fucking pestering me for that one.
Get it fucking started. I saw the reviews for it.
I got God of War 2018, and then just like maybe played like an hour of it, and then was just like, I'm going back on Destiny. Just because I was that. This is the thing. Like back then, I was like, so as I was saying, it was like, oh, Bungie can't do any wrong.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it just must be a me thing, you know. I'll find something. Even in Destiny 2 Vanilla, I was like, oh, it must be a me thing. Same with Curse of Osiris. I was just like, I guess it's just I'm not up to time with it, but I'll still play it. Like fuck. And then now I've reached the point where I'm like, oh fuck, I'll just play something else. Like
the dark era of Destiny 2 that we don't talk about.
Yeah. To be fair though, that's the thing. Like, that was bad, but now I'm just like, whatever. Like,
did you like have you played any of the God of War games previously?
I played them up until that one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I can highly recommend. Like, there's a reason why it receives perfect scores across the board in Game of the Year in pretty much every kind of award show. It's a fucking amazing game. Like, highly recommend if you've got a PS5 or something like that, or even just like a PS4 Pro, just get it on it's a game that's beautiful, and you really want to take advantage of that. So like using whatever the hardware you have access to. Fucking amazing game. Cannot recommend that enough. I'm so keen for Ragnarok. Like Greek mythology, God of War, and then bloody Norse mythology smashed together. It's just fucking it's amazing. But yeah, definitely need to find something to play together at some point. I'd be absolutely down for that.
Yeah, well, when it's just a demo of Outriders, isn't it? That's coming out.
Yeah, that's coming out soon. It's in February at some point, like early Feb.
It is February, and then the actual game's April, I want to say, I think. But if that's the case, I'm pretty much gonna do I'm gonna do at least the first day of the demo. I don't know how long it is, but the demo, if it's out longer than a day, I'll do the first day probably on my own, and then potentially squadding up with some folks, maybe. I don't know yet. I'll have to see how it goes. But then day 2 will definitely be squadding up with people for it. So if you are free on the day 2 of that, if that is a thing, I will 100% be hitting you up. But if I burn through everything before that, then I will message you and we'll try and get it going.
Fuck yeah. Like you just you send me a message. I'm down to play basically anything. Like even if it's a game I don't particularly enjoy, as long as I'm playing it with someone I enjoy playing with, I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna chill. I'm gonna have fun. You know, like I've played I suck at Bloodborne. I've tried Bloodborne so many times. Just absolutely
like
suck
see,
at it.
I've played all of the Souls series apart from Dark Souls 3. and we were playing through it, and then we reached the bit after the bridge, and you know, I was saying about if I can't do something after a couple of tries, I just kind of go, I'll be arsed.
Yeah.
Like that zone's kind of hit me with that. So when I'm in the mood to go and give it another crack, then I will. But until that point, like I've kind of got Dark Souls 3 on the back burner at the moment. Same with Doom Eternal. I'm gonna be doing in small drips because we kind of I don't want to end up in the situation that I ended up with in Destiny, where it was just a case of I can't be bothered, I'm gonna push myself to do all this hard stuff and then just not get the satisfying feeling afterwards, especially if I'm not in the mood to do it, but I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it. I don't want to do that because then I'm just not going to enjoy it as much. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, if I hit a bit that I'm struggling with, I'm going to come back to it when I'm in the mood for that game specifically. Like, the same with, like, we've just started doing Minecraft the other day.
I saw that.
Never played it, but like...
You need a cat chat, that's fucking...
Well, that's the thing, we did that. We did Monster Hunter as well, Monster Hunter World. Fun, and they were telling me to get the DLC, but the reason I haven't is basically I wanted to do everything solo. That's very much how I enjoy them kind of games. Yeah. And then after we soloed everything up to Nergi, everything after that point is pretty much you've got to play with a team. Yeah. Because the difficulty ramps up insanely. So I was like, well, I don't want to play with a team because everyone's played it for years and they're all absolutely stacked as fuck. And I don't want to have to do it that way and just sit at the back because that's not going to do anything, and I'm just going to die if I go at the front because I'm so underpowered. So, and I don't want to sit there and just level grind for fuck's sake. Like, you know, it's reached that point where I'm like, okay, I've got out of it what I want out of it, and then I'm kind of done with that. So
yeah. I kind of feel like that's the biggest reason why I never got into WoW. It was like
it's why I went off WoW after a while.
No
like when Destiny came out, I think first year of Destiny, before Taken King, I played a lot on Xbox, and then I moved over to PS4 at the end of year 1, but I was also juggling that with WoW, and then I kind of went off WoW when I jumped on Taken King. But I think I stopped playing when like fully and cancelled subscription and all that. When I was a Frost Knight and I hit max level, and then was just like, yeah, I can't be bothered now.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I remember the old days of like Dragon Fable and Adventure Quest and stuff like that. Those were the main games I fucking smashed out back in the day. But yeah, I've been meaning to get in more into Rust too, actually, lately. Like
I've seen a lot of Rust. The only problem with Rust, right? This is the reason why I put Minecraft off for so long, is how slow paced it is. Like,
it can be. It very much can be.
It's one of those where there's a lot of just standing around, gathering resources and this, that, and the other, and literally I just don't have the patience for it. Like, it looks so fun, but I'm like, oh, I can't be idle for too long, or I just either A, fall asleep, or B, you just go, oh, fuck it, I'll play something else. Like, my attention span is that short. It needs to be like snap, 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 which is why, like, Destiny, when it's good, it's really good. Fucking good, because it's snappy. It's, especially if you know your shit, it's like, oh, right, okay, well, I can go farm for this, but I can also do this. I can mess around my loadout, but there's always ads which are, you know, really pushing it. So this, that, and the other. And then now I'm like, oh, it's too slow. It's too slow now. God damn.
Oh, fuck, it'd be
that's
so
why I'm excited
funny
for
to watch you play
That's why I'm
Rust.
so excited for Outriders. Like, it looks like what Destiny could be. And this is the thing, I'm really hoping Outriders is amazing and is like Destiny killer level, because it'll really shock Bungie's system into actually fucking listening to what we're saying. Because if Outriders does everything we've been saying, it's gonna really shake things up and really like go, well, should have listened, and then it may make them kick it up a fucking notch.
Oh, it'd be nice.
That's what I'm hoping.
I really better go to sleep. I keep saying that, and it's like half an hour later. Like, I'm the worst. I'm the fucking worst.
Yeah, go for it, my guy. Otherwise, I'll be here all
I'm
night.
going to see. Ooh, Pigeons live. Speaking of the Scotsman himself, we'll go give him a ride, which will be dope. But yes, again, massive shout out to Katie for stopping by. Thank you so much. You've been an absolute treat. I am so keen to play with you again sometime. So yeah, just always hit me up whenever you want to play anything. I'm always down. If I'm not at work or wrangling kids, which is most of my day. But yeah, so we'll end the stream there, and I'll catch you all very soon. Anything you want to say before we all go, Katie?
I will be on in a bit. They'll see me. I've just got dishes and shit to go to. But yeah, no. Thanks for having me. And
pleasure.
Yeah, I haven't got much else to say yet, so it's all good.
All right. Well, we'll catch you all later. Bye.